All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are live. This is the ILMS ERL race at Sebring. I'm Paco Luis Calderon with 21st Century Foe. Proud to bring you the last few hours of this race. I'm sure I will get updates from pit road as to what has been going on the race long, but we are looking at your current leader, Eduardo Prado of Nexus 6. And forgive me while I try to get caught up with the timing and scoring, everything that's been going on in the race, and we'll try to keep up with that. Hopefully, we can. I'm sure everybody out there on pit road knows what's going on. I'm sure we will get some updates from the guys that have been racing. And but looking at your current leaders, we're looking at Eduardo Prado over Dave Jordan. Ian Mills currently in third. It looks like we've had quite a bit of mayhem early on, or earlier before I got here. Fortunately, we were slow at work. I was able to get out a little bit early to bring you the last few hours here. But it looks like the top four currently are P1 cars. Fifth place appears to be where the P2 start. We got Ryan Mayfield in front of Tim Brook, followed by Kevin Bannock and then Matt Strand. Then we get a couple of other P1 stragglers kind of floating in there in between some of the P2 guys. And then for your GT class, we've got John Jogan, Doug Henson Racing in the C6R leading the way over Santino Caranci. And then we got Paolo Tattolini of Busters Racing also in a Corvette, sandwiching that Ferrari, that Caranci's Cobra, currently sitting in second place in the GT class. I'm trying to get all my information going up. It looks like I've got the RF monitor working, so that's definitely a good thing there. Trying to look and see what we got as far as gap-wise. Looks like we've got Eduardo Prado, who you're currently seeing on the screen, with a couple of laps over Dave Jordan. Ian Mills is a lap back of them. So we've got quite a big spread at the front of this race, and I don't know if that's due to pit rotation or what's going on. I'm sure we've probably had some kind of accidents going on here at Sebring. A big speed difference down the straightaways between the P1 and the P2 cars, and then of course the P2 cars are always tricky because they're so much faster in the corners than the GT cars. But at some of these low downforce circuits like we have here in Florida, we've got the GT cars sometimes pushing some of these P2 cars as far as straight line speed. So passing the GTs for the P2s can be a bit tough. The P1 should have a fairly easy go at it through most of the course. And of course, as always, we're looking for anybody that wants to join me can hop onto the TeamSpeak channel. I do have a broadcast channel set up. If anybody would like to join me here and give their input on what's been going on during the race, I will monitor the chat as much as I can. Hopefully the volume's okay. I haven't gotten much feedback yet as far as the live stream chat, so I hope the volume is all right. I hope it's not too loud or too soft, but I'm sure the guys will let me know here shortly what's going on with that. But we're currently looking at Eduardo Prado with a couple of laps lead over Dave Jordan in second position. Now let's drop back and check with your P2 leader, Ryan Mayfield of Scuderia Boles Negro. And I'm being told we're not getting a lot of engine volume, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Let me see if I can adjust that. Let me fire up the old Windows mixer here and see what's going on. Let me move that out of your screen. R factor. There we go. We got a little bit of engine noise now. I hope that's I'll adjust it up a little bit more, and y'all can tell me if that is too loud or too soft. Okay, so we've got some good engine sounds now. It looks like Matt Strand here, as I'm looking on the screen now, trying to do all the stuff and keep up with what's going on. I was just checking in with the leader, Ryan Mayfield, as we see the camera is focused on him. Looks like he's getting ready to put Matt Strand a lap down. Strand of Satellite Racing currently sitting in 4th position. I'm sure he's not going to want to give up that position easily. However, the blue flags will be coming out, and Strand will have no choice if he cannot get away from Mayfield within the next few corners. Looks like Strand able to pull just a little bit of a gap down the straightaway, so I'm not sure if he got a better run through that little kink section there leading onto that back straight, or if he's just running lower arrow. We'll see here in a minute, as Mayfield definitely has not lost very much ground, but as we start tightening things up here, Strand real wide out of turn 1, manages to hang on to the speed, though he's desperately trying to hold on to this lap over Mayfield. Strand currently sitting in 4th position. Mayfield just, maybe sitting back, being patient. Definitely doesn't want to get in trouble trying to push it through traffic. Apparently he's got quite a good lead. As I look over at the RF monitor, it looks like we've got looks like they got a lap over Tim Brook and the 05 Motorsports Spider there. So Mayfield definitely not wanting to get in trouble. They're coming up on all kinds of GT traffic, though. You see Hirsch there, Cersei, Peralta there. I don't know if those guys are racing for position. Let me look and see over here on the RF monitor and see if we can see if those guys are racing in for position or not. But they're definitely getting through the traffic there. You see it's a little bit tough. Strand trying to stay in front of Mayfield, not wanting to go any more laps down. Hoping for something. We've got quite a long ways in this race left. It looks like we've got perhaps about 4.5 hours left or somewhere thereabouts. So this is a 12-hour event, and anything can happen in 4.5 hours. All kind of laps can be made up, and you don't want to lose too many of them early on in case if the competitors in front of you get in any trouble. You want to be able to make those laps up as quickly as possible. But Strand is not getting away from Mayfield, and I'm fearful that they're going to get to the blue flags here pretty soon. He's going to have to let Mayfield go. Maybe Strand can just tag onto the back of Mayfield and work his way back up through some of the pack there. But we've got Mayfield in front of Tim Brook. Kevin Bannock currently sitting in 3rd, and I'm looking over. It looks like Strand may be on the same lap as Bannock. Looks like Brook is a lap down from Mayfield. Bannock a lap down from Brook. And Mayfield 2 laps up on the Bannock and Strand battle, which is about 90 seconds apart. So Strand's not really anywhere close there, but desperately trying to hang on to that lap as much as he can. And now let's take a look at your GT leader. This is John Jogan with Doug Henson Racing in the Corvette. Currently, there you see Tim Brook, the LMP2 second place runner, fixing to pass Jogan there. It looks like Jogan is fixing to maybe put Santino Carranci down a lap, and that's definitely going to hurt the Carranci's Cobra Racing effort if they go a lap down, but he's not going to have much choice. Gets hampered up a little bit there, letting traffic through, and now I'm sure he's going to be getting the blue flags, just as we saw. I'm sure Strand was getting the blue flags there for Mayfield, and Carranci may have no choice here but to let Jogan through in that Corvette, and of course that's going to put them a lap down. Of course we have quite a bit of time remaining, 4.5 hours, and these guys have got to be tired. I'm sure there's been a few driver swaps throughout the day, but as these guys have kind of settled into their pace, there you see Jogan going through on Carranci. Carranci didn't really have a choice, has to let him go, and Carranci's going to try to tag along behind Jogan here, but Jogan already kind of pulling out a bit of a gap, and I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe the Carranci car may be having some issues down the straightaway. Jogan got by there and already pulling out a bit of a gap, so I was thinking Carranci may just want to try to tag along. and put himself in a position. Oh, and we got an issue in turn one. That Strand getting it all kinds of sideways there, and I think Mayfield may have got into him. Looks like Mayfield's slowing up. I don't think it was Mayfield's fault, though. It looked like Strand just lost the rear about midway through, trying to get in there deep on the brakes and maybe use the GT traffic as a bit of a buffer between him and Mayfield. He still has not looks like Mayfield's just content to sit back there. I think Mayfield may have tagged the rear end of the satellite car momentarily and decided to wait up and let Strand go. And I don't really know that was a fault of Mayfield. Strand's now going to say, okay, I held you off as long as I could, and hopefully I haven't ruined your race, so there you go. I'm going to let you through, and that's just really the smart thing, because they both might have a little bit of damage from that. But Strand sitting right there under the wing of Mayfield, looking like the neighbor's dog trying to make friends, right up under the tail of Mayfield. Strand running a bit wide there, looked a little bit shaky, not only through turn one, but a couple of corners afterwards. And but now Mayfield is starting to get away. Strand is going to have to try to settle down and protect those tires. I'm not sure where everybody's at on pit rotation. Once again, if you're just joining us or been following all day, I was just able to get in and sit down in the booth, and so I'm a little bit lost as far as what's going on, but I'll try to bring you as good information as I can. I'm sure all the guys on pit road will definitely be giving us some information regarding that. And now as we go back up, let's check out let's look at the P4 position for the LMP1 class. This is the last P1 in the top 5, so a lot of the P1s obviously today have had some issues. I'm not sure how many, or how large the P1 field was today, how many starters we had, but we've got 4 in the top 5, and then the P2s start. And this is Barry Hendrick with Can-Am Enduro in the C60 Judd, currently running in 4th position. He's a few laps down from the leaders, and really even off the podium. But as you well know in racing, anything can happen, and it usually does. And with 4.5 or almost 4.5 hours left of racing, Hedrick, I'm sorry, I keep trying to throw an N in there. Hedrick is going to just try to keep that Can-Am Enduro Judd into a position to make up some laps if any of the other teams encounter any troubles along the way. And now as we work up through the P1 field, this is Ian Mills with Formula Racing in the R10, currently sitting in 3rd. It looks like he's about, not quite a lap down from Dave Jordan. He's almost 2 laps off the leader, but they're about a little over a minute and a half, minute 40 seconds or so behind the Deuces MC R10 driven by Dave Jordan. So we're normally used to seeing Ian Mills up front and his team, and I'm not sure what kind of issues they have had, but they are looking pretty smooth at this juncture, getting through some traffic there. Once again, the traffic is quite tough to be able to get through. A lot of these cars, some of the differences in speed for the P1 cars are all down the straightaway. It's not too difficult for them, but sometimes they can't quite get it in the turns. And then, of course, with your P2s and your GT cars, they're almost even on straightaway speed in some cases, but the P2s corner so much faster. So sometimes passing with traffic or letting traffic through, if you're in a slower class, can be a little bit tricky, as people can sneak up on you either at the end of the straightaway or into the mid-corner. So, but Ian Mills looking pretty smooth so far, and I'm sure looking to make his way back up. I'm looking at the gap. It's down to about maybe a minute 35 now. So he has been able, in just that lap and a half, 2 laps that we've been watching Mills, gain about 4 or 5 seconds on Dave Jordan. And now let's go up and look at the Deuces MC entry of Dave Jordan here in that beautiful R10, looking pretty smooth. And we we see he's not really got, well, there's some traffic. I'm not sure. He probably was able to get through some of that traffic maybe a lap or two ago, and it looks like he's got fairly clear running at the moment. Oh, and you see Jordan there catching Willoughby in the Corvette, and you see the huge difference between the LMP class and the GT class as Jordan just a little bit of brake lock there, but by both of them trying to stay out of each other's way. Willoughby trying to let Jordan through, but of course the GT class. They have to stick to the race line as well. They've got to be able to make it around the track, and Dave Jordan showing some good patience there, waiting until you get down the straightaway, and you can already see how much of a gap has been created between that LMP, that Audi R10, and that Chevrolet Corvette driven by Willoughby. A little bit of a moment there from Dave Jordan into turn one, but overall looking pretty smooth, trying to hang on to this lead over Ian Mills, currently in third, but Mills is gaining time on Jordan. So with about a minute and a half gap now, we're definitely going to be looking to see if these guys have a come to Jesus meeting with each other here maybe in another hour or so. We may get to see these guys duking it out for position on the track. And now let's take a look at your LMP1 leader. This is Eduardo Prado of Nexus 6 Racing in the C60 Judd, looking pretty smooth. Has a lap over his second place competitor Dave Jordan in the Deuces MC entry. So Prado looking really good, getting through traffic, just trying to be smooth and not lose a lot of time. And a lot of times once the race gets going, and everything kind of spreads out, and you start encountering traffic on a regular basis, you have such a few clean laps where you can actually run a complete lap at your pace. And a lot of times it's hard to maintain a rhythm, and so you just have to be a little careful because it's so easy to throw it down the road and lose time. Usually that's much easier to do than it is to gain time versus your competitors. But he's sitting in the catbird seat right now, way out in front, and has got time to spare. And you can see here passing the Karachi entries, currently second place in your GT class, and just getting it done nice and patient, nice and smooth. You see a little bit of brake lock there, but most of the LMPs do that on a pretty regular basis. And but Eduardo Prado looking real smooth. And I did adjust before the broadcast some of the settings from our last endeavor at Daytona, so I'm hoping the video is not as stuttery, choppy as it was before. I have not gotten any feedback on that. I guess we'll see whenever the race is over. But and I also understand that it did not record the whole thing last time, so I will probably cut loose with about 2 hours left and relaunch the server so I can save what we have up until that point, and then we can get it uploaded for you guys to look at later, even though I know it's not the whole race, and that's quite disappointing, but I was not able to get out of work today, so had to do that. I know there have been some other people broadcasting throughout the day. Hopefully they were able to save some of their broadcast. That way you guys can get a complete picture of how this race went down after the race. But we're going to be here with you until the end. I'm hoping to get some other people in the booth with me as the race progresses. But we're currently sitting at about 4 hours and maybe 15 minutes or so left in the race. So we've got quite a lot of event left to show you. So let's head back through some of the field. Let's go back and look at some of the GT class here. I'm looking at RF monitor. I'm trying to find out what are some good battles. And it looks like Matt Willoughby, who we saw just a little earlier, has got about a 9-second gap over Chris Hudson of Doug Henson Racing in the C6R. So Chris Hudson here looking to catch up some time on Matt Willoughby in the oh goodness, and they told me what it meant last time. It's the OTHR Junior team. Maybe I'll get some input from the chat window. I cannot remember for the life of me what that stands for, but I'm sure somebody will let me know. But this is currently Chris Hudson with Doug Henson Racing trying to chase down Matt Willoughby in the C6R, both of them. It's Over the Hill Racing Junior is what I'm being told from pit road. So I appreciate all the input down there from the other racers and team owners down there on pit road, and that's great to get some input from those guys, help somebody such as myself that might be coming in to the race, after the midway point and perhaps is a little bit lost. So I definitely appreciate that from all the guys down there sitting in the pit box. And you see Merlino getting through there. Bob Merlino currently sitting in, I believe that's 5th position in the LMP2 class. But I believe I show Strand to be in the pits. Let's see if we can look at. Let's get a look at Merlino here and see where he's at on the surface. And he's about maybe 2/3 of the way through, I'm guessing. And let's take a look now and see where Matt Strand. Well, it looks like we've got a driver change now. We've got Smolczewski out on the track. So they Satellite did a driver change, and so I need to update my RF monitor because obviously Smolczewski is out on the track already. But let's take a look. We saw the Satellite crew in a little bit of a battle with Scuderia Bolas Negro earlier, trying to stay from getting lapped, but it didn't work out. And so now they've done a driver's change and probably had to take a few repairs on the car here. Let's take a look back at Bob Merlino in the Caranchi's Cobra Racing ARX 02A. And now, as I'm looking at timing and scoring, I've gotten that refreshed. It looks like Merlino and crew are a couple of laps down from Smolczewski and the Satellite crew, so no danger of getting past there for Satellite. Satellite themselves are a couple of laps back from Kevin Bannock in the Nexus 6 Racing S101J. That's a dome driven by Kevin Bannock, and they've got a couple laps. Bannock, though, only about 25 seconds down from Werner, it looks like. Andrew Werner in the 05 Motorsports RS Spider, so we could have a battle developing there pretty soon. Your next closest battle besides those guys is going to be Chuck Curtis, about 25, 26 seconds back of Oscar Ferreira. That's DesafioVirtual.com Racing Ferreira versus Chuck Curtis in the Oracle Racing S101. So we could have a battle there developing. But right now on track, we're going to go back to this battle between Chris Hudson and Matt Willoughby. Hudson now has closed to within about 5 seconds, so gaining about a second and a half or so on Willoughby, and this is your closest battle on track. Looks like they are currently in about 6th and 7th and 8th position in your GT field. So Willoughby definitely trying to stay up there in the top 7. Hudson looking to chase him down. The gap I'm showing now is about 4.5 seconds. So it looks like the Hudson and the Doug Henson Racing C6R is catching Matt Willoughby of the Over the Hill Racing Junior team also in the C6R. And once again, if anybody would like to join me in the booth, I do have a TeamSpeak channel open, and I would be more than happy to get some driver perspective on what's been going on during the race, and or even have some co-commentary going on. People that can talk about the technical side of racing, what's been going on during the race, the part that I've missed. So, but right now we're looking at Matt Willoughby in front of Chris Hudson. Hudson is gaining, though, the gap down now to about 3.6 seconds. Let's go ahead and see where Chris is. Well, you saw him there on the screen, Matt Willoughby. Chris Hudson definitely within earshot now of that Corvette driven by Willoughby. You see Hudson there in the background. There's some traffic coming up on Hudson. Another couple of laps, though, and this could be a real dogfight between these two GT cars. And you see that's Dave Jordan, currently your P2 overall runner in the Deuces MC entry, getting by Matt Willoughby. Willoughby locking him up there a bit on the brakes. A lot of the cars seem to do that. There you see it again on right as soon as they get ready to turn in, that tire unloads and locks up a little bit, and you get a little bit of the smoke there. But Willoughby, other than that, looking really smooth. It's unfortunate for that team, though, that Chris Hudson in the Doug Henson entry is catching them. And you see Jordan there in the pits in the background as Willoughby goes by. Hudson still looking to gain some time on Matt Willoughby. Here you see the view of Hudson, but they got some traffic coming through. That's Chesky with the satellite entry fixing to come through. I imagine he will try to get these guys before the hairpin. Certainly Hudson, I don't think he's going to be close enough to get Willoughby, so that could hamper not only his time this lap, but it could hamper. I don't think Hudson's going to be free and clear. He's not going to be anywhere close. We'll see how close he gets to Willoughby and if that messes up their line at all. But so far, everybody looking pretty smooth with the traffic. I haven't seen really a whole lot of incidents with traffic other than we saw that issue with Strand in turn one, maybe locking him up. And you see there a flashing the lights from Willoughby saying, "Yeah, I see you coming, buddy. Go on through here. This is a good spot." And some good patience from a lot of the drivers, both in the slower traffic if you're getting past, or the faster traffic if you're trying to get through. So it's great to see all these guys racing so clean with each other. And now here comes Prado, your overall leader in the LMP class for Nexus 6 Racing. Eduardo Prado in the C60 Judd and your overall leader. And I'm not sure what's happened with the Deuces MC RS Spider entry, but Bill Brim in the currently in 9th position for the LMP2 class. Looks like he is out of the race with suspension. That was a few laps in, though. Just going through some of these. We've got Karachi's Cobra, the LMP2, another LMP2 entry out with suspension. So I'm not sure what's going on with all of these various disconnects or issues with crashing out of the race, but those are two of your entries right there. And now let's go back to this battle with Chris Hudson and Matt Willoughby. As Ian Mills you see going through there, we've got us a bit of a dogfight now. Chris Hudson, with the aid of traffic, is caught right up to Matt Willoughby there, probably within about a second to a second and a half. These guys are really going to start getting into it after, almost 8 hours of racing. Here these guys find themselves within about a second of each other, racing for position. This is for 7th and 8th spot in the GT class. So, and it doesn't matter that these guys may not be fighting for a podium. They're going to fight tooth and nail no matter what position it is. They just want to finish in front of the guy that's in front of them. So I imagine it looks like Hudson getting the worst end of the traffic a little bit, but you see Peralta coming through. He is your was your GT leader, I believe, earlier. Now we've got John Jogan was your GT leader, but Peralta there making his way through these guys, so they're having to let some faster traffic through, not only with the LMP cars, which is fairly easy for the GT class, but also for their own class. Letting them through, and now that's tricky, especially when you don't want to lose time to the guy in front. It looks like it has cost Chris Hudson just a little bit there of Doug Henson Racing. He was up to within about a second of Matt Willoughby in the Over the Hill Racing Junior team, but now traffic has played into Willoughby's favor, and he has been able to create a little bit more of a gap over Chris Hudson than we saw about half a lap ago. And I'm looking at the gaps now. The gap is showing at about 1.2 seconds. This is your closest battle on track. This is Chris Hudson with Doug Henson Racing in the C6R, chasing Matt Willoughby of the Over the Hill Racing Junior team, also in a C6R. So these guys should be fairly close. I'm not sure where they're at on pit rotation, but you see Hudson kind of backing it in there. Oh, and runs a little bit wide, dips a wheel into the grass. So these guys might be starting to get into some tire woes, maybe needing to pit for some fresh rubber. And now we got Chuck Curtis coming through. So these guys having to let traffic through all the time while trying to be mindful of where the competitor is. Chuck Curtis working his way through of Oracle Racing in the S101J. That's a P2 car, currently 7th position in that class. So these guys are having to watch their mirrors and then also watch in front of them, try to keep the gap. But once again, with through the aid of some traffic and some good driving, Chris Hudson within about half a second now of Matt Willoughby. And once again, this is your closest battle on track here. This is currently for P7 in the GT class, and you see Hudson just closing right up on the tail end of Willoughby, going to try to set him up here, maybe as they get through this little back and forth section here, leading onto the back straightaway. You see Hudson trying to maintain a close gap here. Willoughby going to try to get a really good drive here, gets it in there pretty deep, a little bit of lockup. Hudson's got a really good run on him though, and looks like he's going to catch a little bit of the draft there. He pokes his nose out into the clean air. Does he have enough power and enough arrow to get through? It looks like they're about neck and neck as come through, and we got Dave Jordan, your P2 overall entry in coming through into the final turn. They're side by side through the final turn. Hudson has the inside line. Willoughby had his nose in front. They're still side by side now. Hudson comes through a little bit on front. Willoughby's going to be on the inside into turn one though. Can he tuck back under the wing just long enough to get some air? It doesn't look like Chris Hudson's going to have that spot. No, Willoughby tucks his nose back out to the inside. Going to think about it. No, he decides to back off. Was not close enough. He'll have to follow him around for a lap and maybe make a go of it here the next time around. You see Hudson already starting to create just a little bit of a gap over Willoughby. Of course, Willoughby had some traffic coming through. That's Kevin Bannock. I believe he's one of your LMP2 entries. Yes, Bannock, your LMP2 Nexus 6 in the Dome S101J, currently sitting in third position in your LMP2 class. So, Chris Hudson able to use that moment to get away from Willoughby a little bit. Willoughby trying to get back up under the wing of Hudson so maybe he can get a run through, but he keeps catching all the traffic, it seems like. Although, He's going to get it again. That didn't hamper him too much there. That's Werner coming through. And Willoughby desperately trying to get back up under the wing of Hudson. Now Hudson's going to have to be mindful of Werner, so Willoughby maybe get a little bit of that space back as they head up here, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to get a run unless Hudson makes a mistake. Hudson with a little bit of a lock up there. Looks pretty smooth, though, and it's going to depend on what kind of drive he gets out here, whether or not Willoughby can get a run. Willoughby about maybe half a second behind, though, so he's going to definitely have to chip away at that for the next couple of laps. I'm not sure it's going to happen, though, without some mistakes by Chris Hudson. Hudson has been catching Willoughby for a few laps before the pass and was able to run it through in the midst of traffic. They were able to run through side by side through the final turn. Great driving from both of these guys. And Willoughby looked like he was going to maybe poke a nose back into turn one. Didn't quite have the position, decided to back out of it and play the waiting game. And now he's just trying to tag along and not lose touch with Chris Hudson of Doug Henson Racing. And now, while this battle kind of starts to stretch out a little bit, we're showing a gap of about 1.6 seconds. It is still your closest battle on track. Let's look at a couple of other battles. We've got currently we've got Chuck Curtis of Oracle Racing. Looks like he's got about 7 seconds to go before he catches up with Fiorino DeLauro of the Caranchis Cobra entry. I'm sorry. Caranchis, that entry is actually a P1, so those guys were pretty close, I guess, due to pit stops. They're not actually racing in class. And as I look now, that time as it should of DeLauro is definitely leaving Chuck Curtis behind, but Chuck Curtis currently sitting in about looks like about 6th position in the LMP2 class. Got about maybe, he looks like he's on the same lap as Stephen Miller in front of him, but the gap is about, he's maybe about to go a lap down. So we'll see Stephen Miller maybe coming in the picture. Let me look back on the screen and see if we can see Miller coming through. I see Bannock coming there. Looks like Catalini was maybe in the pits there. I'm not sure. It's hard to sometimes see all the names as they're get kind of jumbled up there on the screen. But Chuck Curtis there doing a really good job for Oracle Racing in that dome. And to give you a rundown again of our leaders, we've currently got Eduardo Prado of Nexus 6 Racing in P1 overall. We've got Dave Jordan following behind in second, about 2 laps down. Ian Mills now on the same lap and within about 50 seconds of the Deuce's MC entry driven by Jordan. So we're going to have a battle between those guys here probably within half an hour, if not sooner. And once again, just under 4 hours left in this battle here at Sebring, down in sunny Florida. I'm Paco Luis Calderon, once again coming to you live from about maybe half an hour south of Austin, Texas. This is the ILMS ERL race at Sebring. now we're looking at Andrew Werner of the 05 Motorsports entry, currently sitting in second position in the P2 class behind Ryan Mayfield, ahead of Kevin Bannock. Bannock in the Nexus 6, Ryan in the Scuderia. So these guys are a bit spread out, but anything can happen. Hoping to get some other drivers in here pretty soon to join us and maybe do some discussions on how the race has progressed thus far. But we've got about 4 hours left in this race, and so far we've already seen one exciting battle just a few moments ago between Hudson and Willoughby, and now it looks like Hudson has gotten away from Willoughby. I'm looking at the gaps here, but possibly gaining some time pretty quickly on Salvo Sardina, also in the GT class. So that is your class, your closest battle on track. We've got Paolo Tattolini following behind Jorge Peralta. All your close battles seem to be in the GT class. So we're going to be taking a look here at some of the higher classes periodically, but now we're going to go back to and take our first look at Salvo Sardina in the Nitro Sniffer Racing F430, currently being chased down by Chris Hudson of Doug Henson Racing. Saw Hudson dispatch Matt Willoughby of the Over the Hill Racing Junior team just a couple of laps earlier. Now chasing down Salvo Sardina in the Nitro Sniffer 430. Hudson, you can see there on the screen, closing in. Tattolini just got by him, and I believe just got by Jorge Peralta, who was in the pits, it appears. So we've got a couple of battles shaping up. Peralta in the pits. It looks like Martin Dyerland of Northern Light Racing in the GT40 maybe catching up to him, depending on when they come out of the pit. So we've got a couple of battles here shaping up. One between Sardina and Hudson. Another possible battle between Dyerland and Peralta, and then it looks like Dyerland is closing really fast. Peralta, I'm not sure, is still in or not. Coming out of the pits, here comes Dyerland. He's going to pass him in the pit. So Martin Dyerland, Northern Racing, is going to jump into fourth position over Jorge Peralta. You see Peralta coming out, but his tires are going to be cold. Of course, Dyerland gets a little bit of traffic there, runs it a bit wide. So what kind of gap can Martin Dyerland of Northern Light Racing make over Jorge Peralta of DeSafioVirtual.com. Man, I'm sorry that's so hard for me to say, but Dyerland does make the jump over Peralta in the pit. But now we have to think to ourselves, when does Northern Light have to pit? And did DeSafio take tires? Are they going to be fresh? Are they trying to double stint? All these different little subplots going on during the race. So we'll follow these guys for a little bit. This is really our first look here of Martin Dyerland, and we'll keep an eye on the battle shaping up between Salvo Sardina and Chris Hudson. But Martin Dyerland, Northern Light Racing, jumping up to fourth position in the GT class over Jorge Peralta. And we're being joined now in the broadcast booth by Phil Roberts. How are you tonight, Phil? How is y'all's race going?
Hey, it's going all right. Most of our race, we had two cars in this race tonight. One of them, unfortunately, crashed to desktop on one of the drivers, which was the car I was in, unfortunately. But the other one we've recovered well, considering we started at the back of the grid and now fighting for P2.
All right, Phil, I apologize. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Had to adjust my mixer just a little bit there. But I think maybe we've got it squared away. I missed part of what you're saying, and we'll have to get some input from the guys in the chat booth or in the chat watching the program. See if they can hear pretty good what exactly you're saying. I missed part of it, and I apologize. But if you can kind of go over again what exactly it was that you have going on in y'all's race.
Yeah, it's just we did have two cars in the race originally, and the one I was in unfortunately had a crash pedestrian stop, so that's my race over with. But the 88 car started at the back of the grid, and we've managed to fight our way up now to battle for second place, and fixed a couple of issues, and we're getting closer and closer to the front, and just have to see how long we can keep the tiredness off.
And can you fill me in a little bit on some of the? I'm not sure how much of the rest of the race that you've been aware of, as far as maybe you can elaborate on why we only have 4 P1 cars in the front mix before the P2 cars start. Has there just been a lot of disconnects today, or have people been getting in each other's way? What's been going on in the early part of this race?
I can't say much about the others. I have seen a couple of people disconnect and just drop off. I haven't been following the chat as much as I have in previous races. I've drove one stint myself and did see a couple of people just leave then. I think we had an issue with at least 1 or 2 of the cars being taken over by AI drivers in pit stops again, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's always a bit of a pain when that happens. I know it's kind of it's not supposed to be possible, but it always seems to happen at the worst possible moment.
Also just noticed we've had a change for P2. Our car, 88 Ian Mills, has just taken P2 away from the Deuces.
Yes, I see that. Let's go ahead and let's look at that battle, referring to Formula Racing taking the Deuces spot from Deuces MC. Ian Mills racing that R10. We saw Dave Jordan earlier in the Deuces MC entry, so those guys obviously have pitted and made a driver swap. Now let's take a quick look and see where Eric's at on the track there, and he's quite a ways back, and you see that he's kind of coming up in the midst of that battle that we were just looking at between Peralta and Dyerland. So and you see Chris Hudson there also in a battle chasing down Salvo Sardina. So Schmieder quite a ways back from Ian Mills. Now let's go back up, but Ian Mills in the Formula Racing R10. A little bit wide there through turn 1, so Mills may have run a bit of his tires off there, catching up and getting by Deuces.
I know Ian's been pushing extremely hard for the last few stints now. We did have an issue earlier on, similar to what we had at Daytona, where we lost top speed. But we've managed to sort that out this time, which we didn't do at Daytona. And Ian's back up to full speed. Don't know if Deuces have got a similar problem though. We've noticed the last probably 10 or so laps of Dave Jordan were quite a bit off pace compared to what they can run. And they're also swapping drivers fairly regularly.
Well, I apologize if the video is a bit stuttery. I'm seeing on my screen a bit of lag, and I don't know if that's on my part or on the server's part. Oh, Ian Mills out of the they're out of the little quick, kind of almost a flowing little S section there, leading onto the back straight, a little bit wide again. So he's he's probably having some tire issues. You can also see a lot of the guys running with their lights. It's getting fairly dark here in Sebring, and Ian Mills not going to pit though, so he's definitely got a few more laps on those tires, he thinks. Hopefully he can stay out of trouble, but coming up on some traffic in front. And I'm being told from pit road, thank you, Thomas. He's saying it's not too laggy, so hopefully that is the case for everybody. And once again, a new development within the last couple of laps. Ian Mills with Formula Racing taking second position over Deuce's MC. Deuce's MC stopping for their pits, swapping drivers, and losing quite a bit of time to Formula Racing. But as we know, with 3 hours and 45 minutes left of racing time, these guys are going to probably have to pit 3, 4, maybe 5 more times throughout the course of the race. Phil, what's the benefit? Do you think at a place like Sebring, where you're running such low downforce, do you think it's beneficial to double stint tires? I don't want you to give too much of team strategy away, but how does that play into y'all's thinking when you're setting up the car, double stint tires versus maybe losing a second a lap or whatever the case may be? And do the benefits outweigh the negatives?
We basically try and run the tyres as long as possible. We'll also change compound as it gets colder as well. Definitely the aim is to change tyres as least as possible. They can run. It saves a bit of time in the pit stops, not changing tyres. We'll do at least double stints on tyres throughout the race.
Yeah, I think every time I've actually run with the satellite team, I think that's pretty much a lot of times that's our strategy, is just to run the tires until they're on the rims, and then pick up new ones. Sometimes that gets a bit tricky though, especially when you get somebody that's a bit fidgety, such as myself, behind the wheel, because once you start getting a little squirrely, then I tend to go a little bit haywire. So sometimes it's a good strategy. Sometimes, depending on the driver, it may not suit the style. But I think we see a lot of teams do that. And of course, the pit strategy so important. You wouldn't think it would matter that much in a 12-hour race, but it really does. A lot of time can be won or lost in the pits, especially when you have so many stops to make.
The main thinking we've had going into this race is pace is not the most important thing in these races. It's trying to keep out of the pits as much as possible, avoiding incidents, making the fuel last as long as possible. And you can see with the amount of DNFs we've had so far in the race that and if you're relatively consistent on track, you're going to be in the top 4 or 5 positions relatively easily if you're not getting damage to your car and so on.
And it looks like we have another change in the GT battle. This is Jorge Peralta taking the spot back from Martin Dyerland of Northern Light Racing up to 5th position now. Looks like Martin is in the pits. Salvo Sardina also possibly a lap behind on Martin there. Let's see where Martin's at. Martin now coming out of the no, he's just pulling into his spot there. I'm sorry. We see Willoughby coming out of the pit rotation. So once again, due to pit strategy, we're getting all kinds of jumping around for position here, and what's going to happen that final hour, that final 30 minutes. Who's going to have saved it for a short pit and maybe be able to stay in front of their competitor versus who's going to get. And we see Dyerland here, Sardina coming up on Dyerland, and so Sardina is going to go. Let's see, Sardina is still going to be almost a lap down. So Southwest Medina definitely needs to get away and start making up some ground if they want to make any headway into this lead from over north, or that Northern Light Racing has over the Nitro Sniffer. So we've seen some interesting battles already in the short time that I've been with you. Our current closest battle on track, though, is going to be about a 20-second gap between Matt Willoughby and Chris Hudson. So Hudson, we saw pass Willoughby earlier on, and now has been able to put quite a bit of time between Chris and Matt. So Chris definitely getting away from Matt a little bit, and we've got everybody kind of spread out there throughout the course of the field. Some of the gaps are 2 or 3 laps. Some are in the 30-second range. Some are in the 40-second range. But we've got two. Looks like we got 2 battles on track that are within about 20 seconds. The battle between Chris Hudson and Matt Willoughby, and then the other battle between Gary Hedrick and Steven Searcy, or between Mike Hirsch. And Phil, can you would you care to elaborate just you for your own driver experience? What kind of time prep do you put in for a race like this, a 12-hour race? Do you do y'all just do y'all treat it pretty much like any other race? Do you put in a little extra prep time, knowing that it's a little bit longer than some of the other races, or what's y'all's philosophy behind that?
Being a longer race isn't really that much of an issue, and we have the drivers to spread the load out. It's tiredness on the actual night of the race rather than like pre-race preparation. So yeah, we have extra drivers. We're running with 3 drivers per car at this race, whereas before we were running with only 2. The main problem with in this series, the races are so far apart that you don't want to practice too much. Otherwise, it sort of, well, not boring as such, but it's very samey driving the same track for months at a time. So just try to keep fresh on the track, and obviously try and spread the load evenly as possible, and hopefully by the end of the race we'll keep the drivers fresh enough and be able to keep a very similar pace for all the drivers throughout the race.
And I think that's pretty important. You mentioned about keeping the drivers fresh, especially with such a long event, and especially in an event where it goes dark. So hard to lose, or so easy to lose your focus if you're out there for 2 hours at a time. And of course, it's so important to maintain that focus at night when a lot of your reference points around the track really disappear. And some people seem to be good at racing at night. Some people don't seem to be as good at racing at night. How have you found it personally as far as racing in the dark? Do you like it? Do you hate it? Does it not affect you at all? How do you do whenever the lights get turned out and you really have to really pay attention to reference points that are a lot closer to the track?
It certainly depends on the tracks. A lot of tracks are darker than others. I didn't have much of a problem with pace at Sebring in the dark. Unfortunately, not still in a race to show it myself. But on tracks where it is a lot darker, like the back straight at Road Atlanta was very dark. It makes it a lot more difficult. The other thing is the amount of lights and so on flashing around the track from all the other cars. And if you're not careful, it can sometimes produce issues with the computer, frame rate issues, which is an issue that you'd get in sim racing that you're not going to get in the real world. But yeah, it is slightly more concentration, and obviously over here, when it gets dark, it's already 1:45 in the morning here. So when it gets properly dark on the server, it's going to be 2, 3 o'clock in the morning for us guys, and it's very hard work to just keep that little bit of extra focus that you need. And again, that's why we've added the extra drivers for these longer races, just to hopefully keep them all a little bit fresher.
Yeah, I completely understand that. It's got to be really hard for somebody, even though I think it's just a person's natural inclination to stay up a little later on the weekend, but still 2, 3 a.m. in the morning. That's got to be tough if you're not used to staying up during that time. It can be really tough, and then to have to concentrate and the track be dark. That's got to be a real challenge.
Yep. Also, personally, me and Ian Mills have been to work this morning as well. So I think Ian woke up at about 6 o'clock this morning to go to work, and I was at work at 9 o'clock this morning. So it's definitely a long day for us doing these races.
Yeah, that's pretty tough to have to do all that and then get up in the morning. We're currently watching John Jogan, your GT leader in the Doug Henson Racing C6R. You saw Werner going through there on him, but Jogan with a pretty big lead over the competition, and so. Jogan looking real pretty in Doug Henson Racing. We haven't seen a lot of him. He hasn't really been in any battles. You see the overall leader, Eduardo Prado, coming through with Nexus 6. And, of course, these guys leading each other's class don't want to get in the way. Jogan taking a real wide berth around that turn there to let Prado go through. And these guys just running really smart in each other's company. And, that's what you got to do with these endurance races. You got to be patient and not really push it, because a lot of times if you just, let me stay in front of him one more corner, and next thing you know, you're thinking about it too much, trying to make something happen. And unfortunately, a lot of times it all goes to hell in a handbasket, so to speak, and you can throw it down the road real quick.
Yeah, it's also good to see someone else in that Corvette. As of the last time out, Stephen Bailey was in there for the entire race. Not allowed out by the AI, unfortunately. But good to see that both of these drivers are able to lead their class rather comfortably.
Yeah, Jogan should get some extra time, I think, in the car this weekend, since Bailey was such a video hog, being on screen the whole race for the sponsors. I'm sure we're loving it, but I'm sure Jogan was like, "Hey, can I get a turn? Hello."
I did 2 hours in the car earlier, and I have to say that much respect goes out to the guys. There's a couple of guys this season that have done the entire race. I think one did 10 hours in the first round, and obviously Stephen Bailey did 8 hours last time out. So much respect goes to the guys that can keep driving for so long.
Yeah, very tough to maintain concentration for me, at least for any more than a couple, maybe 3 hours is probably my max. I just, I can't do it, so, but it is what it is. And now we're getting a look at Strand here, currently in P4 in the P2 class. Let's go up to your leader, Ryan Mayfield, in the P2 class, currently in the lead by a couple of laps over Andrew Werner of 05 Motorsports. We still have Eduardo Prado out front in the Nexus 6 in the P1 class with a couple of laps lead over Ian Mills in the Formula Racing. But Schmieder and the Deuces MC entry has been dropped to third through pit rotation, but currently I'm showing it looks like Mills is going into the pits. Yes, you see Mills there on pit road. And Schmieder about 30 seconds behind now. Going to be interesting to see where Mills comes out. Oh, Mills already off the jacks. Is he going to take some fuel? He's still sitting there. We saw the car get dropped to the circuit. Let's take a look at Schmieder and see where Schmieder's coming up the back straightaway. So he's just now fixing to enter the final turn here. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get around pit exit before Ian Mills, but Ian Mills still not moving. So I don't know if they're doing just a long, I don't know if there's a driver change or whatever. Schmieder is going to go back through into second position in the LMP1 class. Ian Mills still standing still on pit road. So Schmieder's going to, these guys are flip-flopping through the pit rotation, and it's going to be interesting to see. I'm now currently showing about 3.5 hours in the race. You see Schmieder there going down another lap to Prado, though, and but getting back up into that second position. So Prado just on a tear with the Nexus 6 crew, and Schmieder going to try to tag along behind him for a little bit and try to make up some time over Mills, because the last couple of pit stops we've seen the Formula Racing and the Deuces MC entries flip-flop through the pit rotation. So once again, it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in the closing moments of the race, as we've got about 3.5 hours left in this race here at Sebring. This is the IML ERL race. Oh, and Schmieder with a bit of a moment there. I'm not sure what's going on now. Schmieder having all kinds of problems in that Deuces MC entry, it looked like. Running a bit wide. They're going through all kinds of traffic. I saw a lot of smoke, and he was real wide. Now we've got Hirsch there, Willoughby there, and Schmieder tried to hang on with Prado, but has gotten hampered a little bit. Not only, and a real big twitch as Schmieder tries to get on the gas. The back end steps out violently. He's able to hang on to it, but that's what we commonly refer to in the sport, folks, as tyria. And now Schmieder looking fairly smooth. Let's take a look back at Ian Mills, see where he's at in reference. I'm showing on the RF monitor the gap is at about 25 seconds. So Mills definitely staying within range of Schmieder to make up some ground. Coming through on some traffic here, that's Newcomb and Miller going at it into turn one, and looks like Miller has got in front of Newcomb. Newcomb's going to cut back underneath. I'm not sure where those guys are racing for position. That's the LMP 5 and 6 race. Let's take a look at these guys here. Stephen Miller and Nick Newcomb right there together. Let me look and make sure at the gaps and see if they're still on the same lap. My RF monitor hasn't been updated, so I don't really know what their true gap is, but it looks like those guys are racing for position. I've got some kind of issue going on now. Let's see. Here we go. Hopefully that's not showing up on the, I'm not sure what's going on with the broadcast there. Now it looks like Newcomb back in front of Miller, but of course Miller actually shows to be in front of Newcomb on the track. So actually Newcomb in danger of going a lap down or trying to unlap himself now, and so that's what's going on there. I thought we were racing for position, but it looks like Newcomb is still down from Miller, so they're probably about a lap gap. Newcomb unlapping himself or trying to keep from getting lapped there. I'm waiting for RF monitor to reload, but it's a little bit slow to do so. Phil, you got any gambles here on the battle between Deuces and Formula Racing? They're about 3.5 hours left. The gap is only about 26 seconds, which is quite a bit lower than what we saw earlier. It looks like Schmieder might be having a bit of tire troubles. Mills took a pretty lengthy stop there, but was able to come out. Has apparently gained quite a bit of time on the Deuces MC, because before we saw them flop places, the gap was about 90 seconds. Now it's only about 26, and it looks like Formula Racing may have Deuces' number this time around.
Yeah, Definitely at the moment, it's looking very good. We, as you say, closed the gap by over a minute. We're hopeful. We don't want to put all hope out yet. Still a long way to go.
And everybody, of course, is a little bit spread out at this point. We've got a couple of battles that are within about, under 30 seconds. It looks like we got Tim Brook about 28 seconds arrears of Kevin Bannock. That's the battle for second and third in the LMP2 class. And then way back in the GT class, we've got Matt Willoughby about 30 seconds behind Chris Hudson. We've got Steven Searcy. Actually, this is your closest battle on track. Steven Searcy about 17.5 seconds behind Gary Hedrick. So we've definitely got some battles on track, but they're a bit of an extended battle because they're not really racing bumper to bumper. They're mostly racing for a tenth here, maybe in Sector 1. Can I get a tenth there in Sector 2? Trying to close in on the competition or trying to get away from their competitors. Do you feel that it's harder to concentrate when you're racing somebody that's so far away from you on the circuit?
It's good to have good team communication, and if you've got someone watching the times off the server, they can sort of encourage you as you go on and tell you how the gap's doing. It's a lot easier if you've got free traffic. Comparing lap on lap at the moment, we are with juices, so it's coming lap by lap by lap at the moment, and hopefully we'll just claw the gap in. It's, as I say, it's hard, especially when they're laps apart. But when you can see the time coming down as it has in the last 2 stints or so, down from we were a lap behind less than 2 stints ago, and now it's at less than 30 seconds. So it definitely encourages you seeing the time come down like that.
And we're currently watching Tim Brook now with the 05 Motorsports in third position in your LMP2 class, losing a bit of time here in the last lap or two to Kevin Bannock. So, maybe it's not going their way this particular stint, but we look for those guys to claw back their way back up and fight for that second position overall. We're currently going to go back into the GT class. We're going to take a look at Gary Hedrick in your Can-Am Enduro 997 RSR, looking to fend off Steven Searcy, the number 43 Old Dudes Racing Ferrari F430 classic Porsche versus Ferrari battle here shaping up. Steven Searcy is closing the gap, currently about 15 seconds rear of the Can-Am Enduro entry, but closing in. It was about 17 seconds a couple of laps ago, and now as we take a look with Gary Hedrick here in the Porsche. He's trying to maintain some time over Steven Searcy, but once again, we've got that case where the battle on track is not actually, they're not actually within sight of each other, so he has to rely on his team to give him good information. Hey, that was a good lap, you ran this time, or hey, so-and-so's catching you, or they're not catching you, or you got traffic coming up. It's very important to have good spotters on your team to help you out and make the transition smooth from traffic coming up behind you to getting through, and you being able to have a few corners of clean racing where you can just really concentrate on your lines, hit your marks, and try to get through there as quickly as possible. And once again, to update everybody, your current positions, we've got Prado out front in the Nexus 6 Racing Judd, Schmieder in the Deuces MC R10. We got Mills in the Formula Racing R10 and P3. Barry Hedrick, Can-Am Enduro, also in a Judd P4. Then we've got your LMP2 class, Mayfield, Scuderia, Bolas Negro in the Acura, and currently in P1 for the LMP2 class. Kevin Bannock, Nexus 6 Racing in the Dome in P2. Tim Brook of the 05 Motorsports in P3. And then, of course, we got back in the GT class, Stephen Bailey, Doug Henson Racing, over Ed Caranci of Caranchi's Cobra, and then Paolo Tatalini of Buster's Racing in third position in the GT class. Mostly everybody has been spread out. I joined the racing late, had to work early today. I got Phil Roberts in the booth giving his prognosis of how things are going. And so we're just trying to get y'all some good information and bring you the battles as they occur. Currently, our closest battle on track, Gary Hedrick over Steven Searcy, but Searcy now has closed the gap to within about 14 and a half seconds. So the old Dudes Racing F430 is closing in on the Can-Am Enduro 997 driven by Hedrick, and it's going to be once again it's a cat and mouse game between tire changes, when do you pit, how much fuel do you put in, and or do you try to go to conserve everything like fuel and tires, or do you just run out and just every stint? It's definitely interesting to see how the teams develop their strategies, but we've currently got a battle shaping up here. Maybe within the next half an hour or so, another 10 laps or so, we might see these guys close enough to really duke it out bumper to bumper.
Interesting to note that Ian's caught Snyder by about 5 seconds since he made his pit stop. They came out about 30 seconds apart. It's now 24 seconds.
Yes, we got Ian Mills in the Formula Racing R10 closing in on Schmieder in the Deuces MC entry. And as you said, has closed that gap now within about 5 or 6 seconds from where it started when he came out of the pits. And we're probably going to see those guys duking it out here pretty soon. That is actually our next closest battle on track. But he's actually closing in on Schmieder at a little bit quicker rate than is Searcy over Hedrick. So, knowing my luck, we'll probably have both those battles going on at the same time. And I'll probably be switching back and forth between the two and missing everything. And now we see on track, we're following Searcy. There goes Ian Mills around. We got Strand in the satellite entry P2 coming up on Searcy as well. So Searcy trying to make up some ground on Gary Hedrick, has been able to do so. Now the gap is down to about 13 seconds. We're looking at the gap between Ian Mills and Eric Schmieder also. I'm showing down to about 21 seconds. So these races are developing as we go along. We got about 3 hours and 15 minutes or so left in the race, and probably at about the 3 hour mark we're going to see some duking it out. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how that develops. And I'm getting some questions on the Procaster chat. It looks like Alex Kennan having a bit of not hearing the audio. Is that what you're talking about? And it looks like we got Searcy in the pits now. As I look back, we got Searcy in the pits, was catching Gary Hedrick. Gary Hedrick definitely going to be getting away now. So that's going to be, that's going to stifle that chase for a little bit until we see Gary Hedrick of the Can-Am Enduro squad pitting as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go to our next closest battle on track, which just so happens to be in the Premier class. This is the LMP1 battle, Eric Schmieder versus Ian Mills. And we're going to ride along with Eric Schmieder for a few moments. Now, as we look at the gaps, the last few laps, it has remained steady between Schmieder and Mills right at about 21 seconds. So I'm not sure what's probably traffic, I'm sure, has a lot to do with that. We saw Ian Mills closing the gap down for a few laps. Now it's held pat for the last couple of laps. Well, now as I just look away and then look back, he just got about another second on Schmieder. So now the gap is about 20 and a half seconds. According to RF Monitor. So I'm sure traffic has a lot to do with that. You see Schmieder coming up on the LMP2 leader, Ryan Mayfield in the Scuderia Bolas Negro Acura. Mayfield with a couple of laps over his nearest competitor, Kevin Bannock. So Mayfield looking good. He's definitely not going to fight Schmieder trying to stay in front of him. He's going to let him go and hope that they don't get into each other's way. But Schmieder definitely trying to maintain some kind of a gap over Ian Mills, but Schmieder running a little bit wide there, coming onto the back straightaway. That's definitely not going to help him out. He could have gotten by Mayfield, I think, heading into the final turn. He still might do it, but that little bobble looks like it's going to cost him, and he's going to have to wait till turn one to get through on your LMP2 leader.
Yeah, looking at Schmieder in these last few laps, he is looking very ragged. He's obviously feeling the pressure of Ian coming up behind him and trying his fastest, but it seems that he's making bits of mistakes. He's putting wheels on the grass all over the shop.
Well, and it's not just that. The pressure is definitely one thing, but when you combine pressure with worn tires, that makes it that just amplifies the issue. That makes it so much worse. And these guys are playing leapfrog through the pit rotation, so Schmieder definitely on an older set than is Mills. Well, perhaps. We don't know exactly what the strategy is and what's going on with tire changes or whatnot. We did see in the pit stop that Mills had, we did see the car come down. So we think that he took tires. We're not sure about Schmieder and Deuce's MC, but now with all the lockups and running through the grass here and there, it's looking like Deuce's opted to go with no tires, and Schmieder having to really back off of it there, almost getting into the back of Jorge Peralta in the 430 as Schmieder kind of saved it there at the last minute, locking him up. Now he's able to get through, but overall looking fairly smooth, just running wide a little bit here and there.
Yeah, definitely now the conditions are cooling. You can't run the same tyres you've been running for the entire race, really, because the pressures and the temperatures of the tyres are not going to be the same in the cool track temperature, and you're not going to get the same amount of grip.
And we just see through the final turn, Schmieder getting held up by some traffic there as those guys were almost too wide. They couldn't, I don't know if they couldn't decide which way to go to try to let him through, but he wound up having to go the very, very long way around, almost hugging the wall, the outside wall in the final turn of Schmieder. And we see now that the gap has closed to about 18 seconds. So that is definitely not helping the Deuces crew. Formula Racing is closing in. I'm going to say within another 10 to a dozen laps or so. Once again, if these guys don't have to pit, we've seen them playing leapfrog all day, and it just seems like just about when one catches the other one, they pit, and then the battle kind of dissipates for a few laps, as we saw earlier with Gary Hedrick and Steven Searcy in the GT class. Which now Gary Hedrick about 20 seconds behind Marcel Rockenshoe, and so that could be something that develops. But this is your closest battle on track. Well, I take it back. We've got a battle here between Stephen Miller and Fiorino Di Lauro. Let's go and look at those guys a little bit. Fiorino in the Caranchi's Cobra racing Acura, and then we've got Stephen Miller in the well, I take it back. They fooled me yet again. Fiorino in the Caranchis is in a P1. Stephen Miller is in a P2. So once again, these guys must have come out of pit rotation, and they caught me again on the timing and scoring. The RF monitor does not show the class; it just shows the gaps. And as I look to that to try to find out where is a good battle, I see these guys real close to each other, and then of course now DeLaro is going to just going to fly away from Miller, so that's not a real battle at all. But we haven't got a lot of chance to see Fiorino, so we're going to stay on him just for a minute because we got Eric Schmieder coming up behind him in a few corners here, and this is Eric Schmieder, of course, is involved in your closest battle on track currently between himself and Ian Mills. Ian Mills in the Formula Racing, they've been catching the Deuces MC entry for the last few laps. Let's go up to Ian Mills now and take a look at him and see if he's able to run pretty smooth. All these guys running their lights now. It is very dark outside, and of course with this Sebring circuit, everything is you do have some reference points, but it's kind of wide open in some areas. How easy is it, Phil, to get lost at a circuit like this? Is Sebring fairly easy to keep track of during the dark, or is it pretty easy to get lost?
It's just a case. There's a couple of corners on here that look very similar as you approach them. It's just a case of that extra bit of focus and remembering your brake points. And if once you get into a rhythm of doing it in the daylight, it's not too much different doing it at night. But yeah, Sebring is definitely one of the tracks that has several corners that look very similar with not much reference to the side of the track. You're just looking at the braking markers actually on the track, the tyre marks and so on. So, but yeah, once you're in a rhythm, it's on any track. It shouldn't be that much of a problem.
And we've got a new update in your GT class. Martin Dyerland, Northern Light Racing in the GT40, has gotten back in front of Jorge Peralta of the DeSafioVirtual.com. DeSafio running the Ferrari F30. That is through the pit rotation, though. We know Peralta just pitted a little while ago, and Dyerland was able to get through on the pit rotation. Looks like Peralta is moving again. Yes, as we check on board with Peralta, we see Ryan Mayfield, your LMP2 leader, going through. But Peralta looking to come out. He's come out about 10.5 seconds behind Dyerland, and now Dyerland looks like Dyerland may be making some headway on the Dragoni in front of him. Dragoni taking over for Paolo Tattolini, so that's about a 5 I'm going by the RF monitor. I need to update it again, but we've got Dyerland definitely in front of Jorge Peralta through the pit rotation, and that's actually a pretty close battle now on track as well.
The battle for P2's now come down to 12.8 seconds. This gap's falling very, very quickly.
And it wasn't between Gary Hedrick and Steven Searcy like I thought, Phil. It's actually going to be between Mauro Dragoni, Martin Dyerland, and Jorge Peralta, all kind of coming together at the same time. It looks like maybe at the same time that Schmieder and Mills are going to get together. So right now we're on board with Martin Dyerland and Northern Light Racing in the GT40. Let's take a look and see if we can see where Jorge Peralta is in reference to all this. And you see Peralta coming down the front straight. Dyerland just going through turn 1 a few moments earlier. So we've definitely got a battle shaping up here. Let's take a look at Dragoni and see where Dragoni is. Dragoni not quite at the chicane. Let's see if we can see Dyerland in the picture here. Here comes Mayfield. Dyerland's not too far. There's Mills coming through as well. So Mills and Mayfield fixing to come through on Dragoni. Dragoni being chased by Martin Dyerland of Northern Light Racing. Mayfield is out in a world of his own in the LMP2 class. Mills, though, is catching Schmieder. Dragoni being caught by Martin Dyerland of Northern Light Racing. Dyerland Darland being chased by Jorge Peralta of Desafio Virtual. So we could definitely have us a three-way battle here for your GT class, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And I can tell you, Darland and Peralta are going to be so eager to get in front of Dragoni because he's the final podium spot. A little bit of a moment there through the turn. He's looking through his mirrors. They've got traffic coming through, and we don't know where he's at on pit rotation. But we can definitely see Darland. Holds up DeLauro just a little bit. Let's see if DeLauro can be patient enough to let Dragoni get onto the back straight. A little bit of a curb hop there from Dragoni. So tough here with traffic. He's trying to keep a good gap here over Darland, but you see Darland in the picture about maybe a quarter of the straightaway away. Definitely closing now to within about, let's see what the gap says. Darland about within 3 seconds now. Peralta only about 12 seconds back of them, so that's closing in. We've still got the battle at the front as well between Schmieder and Mills, also at about 12 seconds. So we've got some good battles shaping up, but right now, currently on track, this is your closest battle. Mauro Dragoni of Busters Racing in the C6R versus Martin Darland of Northern Light Racing in the GT40. And after, we're closing in on the 3-hour mark left, so after about 9 hours of racing, we've got these guys here within about 3 seconds of each other. Phil, just out of curiosity from your own perspective, if you're in front of your competitor and you know that they're catching you, and then traffic comes along, how does that affect your driving? I mean, does that seem to make you? I guess it's pretty easy to press kind of in that situation where maybe you push it just a little too much, how does that affect your concentration as far as being able to stick to your line and running your own race versus trying to play it defensive?
Well, often the best way to get past the traffic is to be predictable. You don't want to do any rash moves and push your way through, because if you do that, you're going to cause someone else to spin, or possibly yourself to spin, which is going to lose you major time in the long run. And you've got to be predictable around other cars, and you've got to hope that the slower cars are also predictable as you're coming up, and they respect the blue flags and don't do any silly movements across the straights, for example. It's definitely something that you do worry more about when you see the time of the car coming down behind you, but it's not. A sensible racer really needs to just, like I say, be very predictable. You're going to lose more time if you cause an incident than you are just waiting a half a corner to pass someone safely.
And we see as we're on board now with Darland chasing Dragoni, we saw Eric Schmieder in the pits. So Ian Mills with Formula Racing has retaken the P2 spot in the LMP1 class, and now I'm showing in-game Dave Jordan in the Deuces MC entry. So another driver swap for Deuces, and they are going to drop that. They're going to drop behind Formula Racing again. Once again, we've seen this happen 2 or 3 times now, Phil, where Formula and Deuces have swapped places through the pit rotation, but we're closing in on the 3-hour mark now, and I've got to think that it's going to start getting really important these last few pit stops, as far as getting in and out on your lap as quick as possible without losing any time. It's a fine line of pushing too hard on cold tires or worn tires, and or letting off too easy and going too slow. And then also the strategy on fuel. We're getting down to that crunch zone now, where a lot of difference can be made in these final 3 hours.
Well, what's interesting for us to see is how often the Deuces are switching. They seem to be switching drivers every stint at the moment. and obviously it is a way of keeping them fresh, but it's running more risk of disconnection and so on through driver swaps, and obviously takes slightly more time in the pit stops. So it's an interesting strategic choice the Deuces are making at the moment.
Yeah, very interesting choice from Deuces because, as you said, you run a much higher risk every time you swap drivers. You run such a high risk of losing that connection to the server, and sometimes it almost doesn't seem worth it to try it. But you see Jordan coming up behind Darlin now. Darlin visibly closer to Dragoni, so he is definitely catching Dragoni. That is your closest battle on track. It's now the gap is now down to about a second. Darland over Dragoni, or Dragoni over Darland rather, but they are definitely coming together really quick. And then we've got Jorge Peralta not too far behind those guys. So this is your closest battle on track all the way around. Your actual two closest battles on the track is the 3-car stretch in the GT class, fighting for the final podium. Mario Dragoni in the number 1 Busters Racing Team C6R versus Martin Darland in the number 6 Northern Light Racing GT40, and then we got Jorge Peralta in the number 10 DesafioVirtual.com F430. So we've got a Corvette, we've got a GT40, and a Ferrari just here fighting almost a 3-way battle for the final podium spot in the GT class. And as I switch back on board with Dragoni, just in front of Darlin now, they're getting really close, fighting through some traffic, but Darlin's almost in a position to get some air from Dragoni as they head up the back straightaway here. They get through that turn, running it over the rumble strip, where they got some LMP2 traffic coming up. That's Tim Brook of the 05 Motorsports, I believe, coming up behind Darlin. Darlin not really making any headway on the Corvette of Dragoni, but Brooks is going to catch Dragoni right at corner entry. Maybe no, cannot get it done. So it's actually he's gonna go around the outside of Dragoni, so it doesn't hamper Dragoni in any way there. Doesn't really. And we got Eduardo Prado, the leader, coming through as well. These guys not only fighting each other, trying to stay. Dragoni trying to stay in front, Darlin trying to get that final podium spot, but they got all kinds of traffic coming through. You saw Prado coming, Brooks coming through. Now Prado and Dragoni losing just a bit of time there. To Darland, as he looks like he's about Darland's probably within about half a second now, and Dragoni running it a bit wide over the grass there. And runs it wide here again over the grass for an extended period of time there, and Darland's going to get a run down here as they hit up into the chicane. Darland's not quite close enough yet. Dragoni managing to stay on the throttle, just went for it, didn't let up off the gas at all, and manages to hang on to that spot as they head into the hairpin here. And wow, great driving from Dragoni. I thought for sure he was going to lose a heck of a bunch of time there to Darland and maybe even lose that spot, but he manages to keep his foot in it and keep it on the gas, keep it going, and maintain a little bit of a lead over Darland. And Phil, as we watch this battle between Dragoni and Darland, I've got to really wonder if these guys start duking it out, how quickly is Peralta going to be able to catch up to these guys and make it a 3-way battle? We see a little bit of lockup now here from Dragoni. Darland is the closest he's been as they head through or onto the back straightaway there. A little bit of a curb hop. Darland definitely now is getting a little bit of a run on Dragoni. Who has the better aero package? Which one is is more slippery down the straightaway? It looks like Dragoni may have an advantage as Darland cannot make any headway. But as these guys start duking it out, Phil, how quick is Peralta going to be able to catch up to these two?
Sorry, I missed that. We're just sorting out some stuff in the team channel at the moment. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
No problem, Phil. No problem. Well, I was just talking about this battle between Dragoni and Dyerland. We'll let you go ahead and take care of your team business. I know you guys got a lot of stuff going on here, but we're currently following Mauro Dragoni, the #1 Busters Racing Team C6R Corvette. We got Ian Mills coming through. These guys, splitting it between Dyerland and Dragoni. That's going to throw both of them wide just a little bit. Mills definitely trying to get away from Schmieder, or I'm sorry, Jordan now a little bit more there. Doesn't want to lose any time there. Almost kind of forcing the issue a little bit. Not too bad, but these guys, maybe he didn't realize these two guys are in the midst of a battle here. Oh, and Dragoni runs it wide. Dyerland getting a good run on Dragoni now. Somehow Dragoni got that thing to turn. It looked like it just wanted to go straight. I think he was trying to go off course there and maybe grab a taco or something there in the hairpin, but he manages to keep it on course and in front of Dyerland. I'm not sure how. It looks like Dyerland may have a bit of an advantage into the corners. Dragoni may be having some tire woes, but when they get to that back straightaway, Dyerland has nothing for him. So that GT40 just maybe running a little bit more aero. Hard to say. Maybe the tires are just worn out, or maybe Dragoni's on towards the end of a stint where Dyerland is not. So maybe Dragoni's just a little bit lighter and can stay in front of Dyerland. But you see Dyerland really closing up into the turns now. Dragoni fighting those tires hard, locking up just about every corner entry here, and Dyerland's going to get another good run here on Dragoni, but he was not able to make it happen last time around into the final turn, and I don't see him making any ground this time as well. He's going to need to be right up under the wing of Dragoni if he's going to make it work, and this time it's not going to happen. Oh, and Dyerland dives into the pits there. Dragoni, I was just going to say, you can see a little bit of a gap there that Dragoni's able to get as they head into the final turn. So definitely, I think, a lighter aero package on the Corvette than is the GT40. But Dyerland has to head into the pits now. So that means Jorge Peralta is going to take that spot with the SafioVirtual.com. He's going to jump up to 4th position now and try to chase down Mario Dragoni. And let's see what kind of gap we have between Peralta and Dragoni. It's only about 10.5 seconds, so just like we kind of thought there, the battle between those two has allowed Peralta to close in a little bit, and now the gap is about 10.5 seconds. We'll have to see if the DeSafio team can help Jorge work his way up and fight Dragoni for that final podium spot. And now we're getting word from Pit Road that the number 18 Doug Henson Racing entry, driven by Stephen Bailey, possibly having some kind of an incident. He looks to be okay for the moment. It's pretty dark. We can't really see if he has any damage on him or not. Doesn't look like he's getting too far out of shape heading into and around the turns. I'm hearing maybe some front end damage. We'll have to see if he comes into the pits here. But Bailey currently running that entry. They are, let me see what it says on the timing scoring. They've got a lap over the Caranchi entry, driven by Ed Caranchi of the 430. So if they have to make an unscheduled stop to try to fix damage, that could let the Caranchi team right back into it. But Bailey's just going to blow by pit entry there and continue on. It doesn't look like he's getting too far out of shape. He may have lost some aero grip going into the turns. Of course, that may help him down the straightaway. We'll have to see. Hopefully, he can compensate and keep it from getting into any kind of trouble. And fellas, I'm going to step away and grab something to drink. We've got about 2 hours and 50 minutes left. I'm going to stop the broadcast just a little bit before the 2 hour mark. Save the recording. Make sure that we get as much of it saved for you guys to watch later if you choose to do so. And then we will immediately rejoin and broadcast the last 2 hours commercial free as always. All right, fellas, and I am back. We're currently looking at the gap now, or I am currently looking at the gap on the monitor between Peralta and Dragoni, now down under 10 seconds. So Peralta closing in on Dragoni a little bit. We saw a good battle developing there between Dyerland, but Dyerland pitted. It looks like they've done a driver swap, and we got Kenneth Hollick in the Northern Light Racing GT40, so I'm sure Kenneth will be looking to make his way up into that battle again as the time on track winds down. Let's look at some of the other battles on track. We've currently got a little bit of a battle going on between Stephen Miller and Nick Newcomb. Nick Newcomb of Oracle Racing looks to be about 30 seconds adrift. And of Stephen Miller, Newcomb in the Oracle Racing Dome S101J, Stephen Miller in the FVR ARX Acura. And I see some folks in the pits, see some new names out on track. We got Ryan Van Steinen, or Von Steinen rather, taking over at the front in the Nexus 6 Judd. Those guys are a couple laps over second place. Ian Mills of the Formula Racing crew. We got David Jordan with Deuce's MC just about 80 seconds or so behind Mills, and now it looks like Mills is diving down pit road. So let's take a look at that real quick. Let's break away from Newcomb. Newcomb is currently about 30 seconds behind Miller and looks to be holding pretty steady there. So let's take a look at Mills in the pits. How many more times are these guys going to pit? They're about 2 hours and 45 seconds remaining in this track. Once again, we are at Sebring for the ILMS ERL race. And let's take a look now at Jordan and see where Jordan's at on track. Jordan, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it through before Mills gets out of pit road. So we see Jordan coming through now in the back section here, closing in on the final straightaway before the final turn, and he's just now fixing to enter that section of track now. Let's go back to Mills. It looks like Mills is rolling, so Mills is going to get out of pit road, but how many seconds ahead of Jordan is Mills going to be? Did he take tires? We don't know. Is Jordan on fresh tires? We don't know. We'll just have to see how this plays out here. Mills now accelerating. You see Von Steinen coming through. That's your leader. Going to put him down another lap, it looks like. So he may get hampered by that. But is Mills? How quickly can Mills get those tires up to temp? And where is Jordan? Let's take a look back at Jordan now. Jordan coming down the front straightaway. So Jordan a few seconds back. I'm showing the gap now on the RF monitor. About 16 seconds or so. Still your closest battle on track, I believe, besides the Peralta Dragoni battle, which is holding pat at about 9 seconds. But looks like Jordan getting hampered there a little bit by some traffic, having to wait it out. There's no sense pushing it if you're going to throw it down the track. So Jordan doing the smart thing, being patient, getting around the traffic when it allows. And now it looks like we've got us another battle shaping up here between Hudson and Mario Asensio. Let's go look at Asensio. We haven't seen Mario Asensio today in the number 906 Nitro Sniffer Racing Ferrari F30 GT, currently in 6th position, about 7 seconds in front of Chris Hudson with the Doug Henson Racing C6R in the number 17 car. We've seen Chris Hudson pretty much all evening and been running really, really good, closing up on just about everybody that's in front of him at one point or another. And now Asensio here going to get lapped by Montero in a P2 car, and that might hamper Asensio just a little bit. It looks like the gap now to Chris Hudson is only about 5.5 seconds. It's about 6 seconds. It's fluctuating back and forth, but it's definitely lower than it was just a few minutes ago. We've still got a battle developed between Peralta and Dragoni, and then we've got the battle between Mills and Jordan. So we've got some good battles all about, mostly in the GT class. The P1 class has got a couple of good battles in. Let's go through the running order here while I wait for RF Monitor to reconnect, because I know there's been some driver swaps now. We've got Von Steinen up front with the Nexus 6 Racing Judd. We've got Ian Mills of Formula Racing in the R10 in second. We've got Dave Jordan in P3, also in an R10 for Deuces MC. In fourth, we've got Garrett Diddick in the Can-Am Enduro Judd. And then we go to our P2 class. Jason Quinn, Scuderia Bolas Negro in the Acura, currently your P2 leader. Tim Brook of 05 Motorsports in the Porsche Spider, currently P2 in the P2 class. Mike Erickson now driving for Nexus 6 in the Dome in P3. And then we've got Smolczewski of Satellite Racing in P4. Then in our GT class here, we've got Stephen Bailey, Doug Henson Racing. How many times have we heard that name up front? And then we've got Ed Caranchi in second place of Caranchi's Cobra, followed by Amaro Dragoni, and then Jorge Peralta in 3 and 4. And now I'm looking at something going on here with timing and scoring. Let me see. Mario Cincio now only have a gap of about 5 seconds, so that gap has now dropped again about a second to Chris Hudson. We've seen Chris Hudson catching folks all day long. We've also seen a good battle between Dragoni of Busters Racing, Peralta of DeSalfio Virtual, and Northern Light Racing in the GT40, now driven by Kenneth Hollick. Those guys have been kind of all within striking distance of each other, depending on pit rotation. We've seen Mills with the Formula Racing and Jordan and Schmieder swapping back and forth through their pit rotation. So we've got some interesting battles as we shape up to close the final 2.5 hours of racing here. I'm showing about 2 hours and 40 minutes left. So it's definitely going to get interesting as we wind down the laps here. Long race here at Sebring. But right now we got our closest battle on track, Mario Cincio and Chris Hudson, now down to within about 3 seconds. Let's take a look at Chris. Mario definitely having some issues with some traffic there, but now you see they're on the same screen. So once again, we get us a good battle. Will these guys be able to duke it out, or will one of them have to pit? Unfortunately, that's kind of how it's been happening all day long. As soon as we get close to having a fight on the track, one of the two cars seems like has to pit, and maybe that's just me bringing bad luck to this broadcast. I don't know. Oh, Hudson a little bit wide there as he heads back onto the final straightaway, trying to get a pretty good run on Cincio, but he's going to have to wait a few laps, I think, although the gap has dropped tremendously within the last 3 or 4 laps. So I imagine Cincio could be on a worn set of tires here, and let's see if either one of these guys are going to pit. Hudson coming around. No, Cincio's going to stay out. Hudson's going to stay out. So I imagine in another 3 to 5 laps, Hudson's going to be all over Cincio if they keep up the same kind of pace and the same kind of luck through traffic. We do see some traffic closing up behind Hudson, so that's Dave Jordan coming through. He's fixing to get up into these guys, and of course a lot of times with the traffic it depends on where do they catch you and can they make a clean pass, or is it slightly pushing it a little bit? Does it throw you off your line and slow you down a little bit? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case with Hudson, as Jordan's going to catch him right here as they exit onto the straightaway and easily get around Hudson. But Cincio's not that far ahead of Hudson now, so maybe he ran wide. We missed it. Now these two are right neck and neck together. Cincio, Hudson almost thinking about trying to dive up the inside into the hairpin there. Not really close enough. The gap now got to be within about half a second or so, as Hudson looks to be only about 3 or 4 car lengths behind Cincio. Cincio definitely in trouble in that Ferrari. And I know as they have traffic coming through, it's going to be so hard for him not to drive in the mirrors. But Cincio definitely losing some time to Hudson. You see Hudson locking him up on the brakes there. He thought about it again, making a move to the inside. Hudson in the Corvette, Cincio in the Ferrari. And I imagine that Corvette may just have a little bit of an advantage down the straightaway. I don't know. It looks like Cincio got a real good drive through that section, though. Was able to get another car length back or so. But now we've got Newcomb coming through in the P2 class and dives between the two of them, and now Hudson's getting a run. Almost had the inside of Cincio. Not going to make it happen there, though. But setting himself up for a good run down this back straightaway. Cincio's going to have to get a real good drive through here. Runs it in a little bit deep. Hudson almost makes contact, it looked like there. But that may have been just enough to throw Hudson off, as he had to slow up just a little bit much there. And Cincio is able to get away for this other straightaway, for this back straightaway here. And Hudson's going to have to see if he can close in the final corner and maybe make a move into turn one. And now, of course, I'm showing the gap here at about 0.6. It was a little closer at the beginning of last lap. We see Hudson now closing back up just a little bit, but the gap is probably about a good 5 or 6 car lengths. Cincio able to get away from Hudson just a little bit. I think he kind of maybe threw it in sideways into that corner heading into the back straightaway. It threw Hudson off a little bit. Hudson lost a little bit of time there. Now we got some more traffic coming up, but Hudson has closed back up on Cincio just a little bit. Cincio both and Hudson both run it wide. They're dropping a wheel just momentarily. Don't look like they lost a lot of time. DeLaro's going to go through. Hudson's real close, though. He pokes his nose to the inside, not quite close enough to make it happen into the hairpin, though. But you see Cincio having all kinds of trouble on corner entry, running it wide. Now Hudson's getting up alongside him here, and he's going to have the inside of the next turn. No, Cincio's able to get a good drive coming out of that turn. Now he dips to the right, blocking the inside. Is Hudson going to try to make a move here? It's not a traditional passing zone here. The corner is kind of a sweeping turn heading in. Real hard to outbrake somebody and stay on line there. You have to maintain a lot of corner speed. Now Cincio running it real wide to the right, going to try to block this line into this corner. Cincio fighting off Hudson. Hudson in the Corvette, Cincio in the Ferrari, and these guys are duking it out for position. This is your battle for 6th and 7th in the GT class, and I thought Hudson got a run around the outside, but Cincio again protecting that inside line, and these guys are really duking it out here. Cincio locking them up, Hudson locking them up, and now can Cincio get a good drive again, or can Hudson time it right? This time they both get the corner right, and Hudson's about 2 or 3 car lengths behind Cincio, trying to get up under the wing, trying to get some of that air and see if he can take him into the final corner. It looks like Hudson's getting a run. He's going to dive to the inside. Is he going to have time? No. It looks like the car's stalling on him a little bit when he dives out into the clean air, so it's possible that Cincio and the Ferrari running a little less wing than Hudson is in the Corvette, but Hudson's been gaining on everybody every time around the circuit, it seems like, and now he sets himself up, not able to make it into the final turn, going to try to set himself up for into turn 1 or maybe possibly turn 2 or 3 here, just staying on Cincio's wing and trying to pressure him into a mistake if he can't set him up for a pass. And now you can really see the talent in Mario Cincio fending off Chris Hudson. Oh, and Hudson with the moment there, as he's able to obviously get into the corner a little bit faster than the Nitro Sniffer Ferrari, but unfortunately gets it a little bit wrong there, catching a little bit of curb. He slows up just a little bit, losing about maybe 2 seconds to Cincio. And now it looks like we are back live. Let me see if I can get the server refreshed here.
Attention grid, all non-essential personnel leave the grid now.
And I apologize for that, folks. It looks like we are back in it. Whoa, got a little bit of a volume issue. Let's see. Let me see if I can get that. Okay, now it looks like the volume is maybe. Let me get off of. Oh, wow. It's riding on Ian Mills. Oh, come on now. Oh, good grief. I hope that doesn't cause anything bad to happen to the Formula Racing crew. Unfortunately, it looks like it just jumps kind of on board with somebody. I am out of the car now. We're back onto the TV broadcast. We were following. Let me see if I can get everything going back in order. Let me get everything to reconnect here. We were following a great battle. Let me see. Between Chris Hudson and Mario Cincio, and it looks like Hudson's still right on the tail of Cincio. They got all kinds of traffic coming through now, and Hudson getting a really good look up the inside of Cincio. Can't quite get it done. Cincio's real wide into the final turn, though. Looks like Hudson's just going to drive around the inside. Can Cincio fight back into turn one? He's trying to hang on to it. Oh, there's a car right there on the outside. Whoa. Cincio looks like he caught up with, oh no, that's Gary Hedrick in the Can-Am Enduro 997. Whoa, Cincio's going to have to pit. Hedrick making his way around the pit. You see Dave Jordan coming in. So that's going to put Chris Hudson of Doug Henson Racing up into the 6th spot. Wow, really hairy moment there out of the final turn here at Sebring. I hope all those guys are okay. It looks like they are. They're all making their way to the pits, but they're definitely going to have some lengthy stops there and having to get some repairs, and that's just tough luck. Cincio trying to hang on to that final turn, maybe so he can put himself into a position to fight back with Chris Hudson, but it was not to be, as Gary Hedrick there sitting in the Can-Am 997. Unfortunately, Cincio unable to avoid making contact. And now as I try to get everything to reconnect, it looks like we may have somebody else here in the broadcast booth with us. I don't know if any of these guys want to talk. Looks like we've got Ryan in here and Matt in here as well. How are you guys doing tonight? Are you guys around? You feel like talking with me on the broadcast, or are y'all just in here for a good listen?
Either or, doesn't matter. How you doing, Charles?
Let me adjust your volume there, Matt. I saw your light go off. I heard you, but I didn't hear you good enough. Let me throw a few decibels onto your broadcast there. Can you go ahead and repeat what you said for me, sir?
I said we're doing pretty good. How are you?
Oh, doing good, man. Appreciate you joining me here. We've definitely had some really good, interesting battles. Came into the race late, as you know, but we've had some interesting battles going on. I saw your name a few times duking it out earlier. How's y'all's race been going, and how are your prospects for the finish, do you think?
Race isn't bad. The car is actually very, very good. We had a lot of help from Stephen Bailey late in the week to help us get it dialed out, and it's handling great. Brian Cox is in the car right now, and it's doing fine. I don't think we planned as much as we should have for the nighttime, but seems to be doing all right, and we're slightly slower than we were in the day, so not too bad. I'm not exactly sure where we're sitting right now overall, but 22nd I think overall, but I don't know if we'll catch 21st or not.
Yeah, I'm currently showing Matt that y'all are about. Let me see. It looks like y'all are about 80 seconds or so. There's still, of course, 2.5 hours of racing, though. Anything can happen, and of course, a lot of it depends on pit strategy, though. But I can understand your apprehension about night racing. It's very tough, especially when the lights go out. All your reference points change, and if you don't practice a lot with them, it really makes for me, it makes for some very slow lap times.
Yeah, when I took over the car, we were actually expecting to get less fuel economy than what we got, and we actually ended up getting about 5 to 7 minutes more, and it actually pushed my stint in the car back So I had decided to go out on medium tires and probably could have got away with softs, and it really affected my second stint. And I just don't think I ever got in a rhythm after that. Brian and Colin seem to be doing great with the car, so I don't know if we'll run down Chris Hudson. He's pretty quick, but I think we'll at least hold where we're at for sure.
Yeah, Hudson seems to be flying most of the time, applying a lot of pressure to every car that's been in front of him just about. Seems like he's just catching everybody. Unfortunately, with a lot of the battles, we see that just about when somebody catches the person in front of them, then they have to pit, or that person pits, and then it avoids the whole fight altogether. And I was talking with Phil earlier, Phil Roberts, about how tough it is to kind of concentrate when you're battling somebody on the circuit that may be, half a lap behind you or half a lap in front, and trying to maintain your focus. What is your take on that, and how do you battle that situation?
We were at the beginning. That's kind of where we were, and then we started realizing that we were getting slightly better fuel economy, and all of a sudden, guys were pitting, 1 lap, 2 laps earlier than we were. So, we're constantly sitting on our factor monitor trying to figure out where these guys are, and just kind of sticking to our game plan to run our own race, get up and battle somebody. Brian was chasing a couple guys earlier in his first couple of stints, and the prototype guys just flying in so fast that they kind of break your battle up, and you just kind of reset and try and run the guy back down. And
yeah, very, very tough to contend with traffic, especially at night. And driving in your mirrors is a tough thing to do. And then when you lose all your reference points, plus trying to drive in your mirrors, you're getting maybe 3 or 4 corners at a time where you can actually concentrate on your marks and your lines and run it clean.
Yeah, I would say now that's probably very accurate. I would say in the beginning, those guys had their hands full. GT guys definitely had their hands full, because the closing speeds for the prototypes is ridiculous. Ed Prado and Ryan von Steinen are just flying around the track. One corner you're clean and everything's great, and the next corner they're just, the prototypes are just right on top of you.
And speaking of von Steinen and Prado, those guys are about 3 laps over second position. As we look at a driver swap occurring between Ian Mills and Robert Fakes, is now going to take over that car. They've got about a lap, or they did have about a lap on Schmieder and Jordan in the Deuces entry, but now due to the driver swap, it looks like it's about a minute and a half. So we'll see if that gap closes any at all. We've got, currently everybody's pretty spread out, but we're on board with Ericsson in the Nexus 6 LMP2 entry, and Ericsson running about 3 laps behind the LMP2 leader Jason Quinn. He's got about a 40-second gap over Tim Brook in the 05, so we'll have to watch that gap. And then we've got Nick Newcomb about 40 seconds or so behind Fiorino, and Gabriel Legnini about 35 seconds behind him. So that's some possible battles shaping up. But once again, everything is kind of spread out. Those are about the closest battles we have on circuit. It's about the 30-second gaps. And I know it takes a really good team and some good spotters to be able to try to eke away at the guy in front of you, or to try to keep the guy off your back. If you've got somebody catching up to you. We saw y'all in a pretty good battle earlier. We've seen most of our battles are really good fights this time around in the GT class. We've seen a few teams swapping positions on the pit rotation and leapfrogging each other every pit rotation. I know that's going to come to a head as we're now within 2.5 hours of the finish. But we've got some really good battles between Northern Lights and DeSafio and Busters in the GT class fighting for that final podium spot. And then right behind them, we've got Chris Hudson in the second Doug Henson C6R, and then it's your guy Brian Cox in the Over the Hill Racing Junior Team C6R. And it looks like Brian has actually opened up a bit of a gap over Cincio after Cincio's issue, but not really making any gains on Hudson at this point.
Yeah, we were checking the lap times. As a matter of fact, as soon as I opened our factor monitor, I jumped on to check Chris Hudson's lap times, and I actually checked them before I stepped off the server. And Hudson's quick. I mean, fast, and we're not pulling any time on him. But I think our fuel strategy played out over the course of the day, and it's put us in a position where I don't think we'll catch him, but if I don't know, I think we'll be there at the end, but I don't think we just have the time, at night with the tires and our setup to run him down. But as far as staying ahead of Cincio, I think we're going to definitely do that. Judging by their lap times versus ours, but yeah, it's a lot more spread out now. It's a lot easier. It's basically just bringing the car home and staying clean. It seems like there's a lot less grip at night, so basically just staying out of trouble. Like you said, no braking reference points. Down in turn 7, somebody took out the braking markers, so. It's very interesting, especially at night when you come up on that corner very quick. Hairpin just closes up on you real fast, and no braking markers to discern where you need to brake, and you start looking for geographic reference points. Cars is actually where the pavement changes from blacktop to concrete in that area, so it's definitely about keeping the car clean now.
And I'm sure whoever the guilty party is taking out the brake marker, as we take a look now at Kenneth Hollick of Northern Light Racing, David Ortiz of the DeSafioVirtual.com entry was catching Kenneth a few laps, but now the gap has increased from about 10 seconds to about 12 seconds. So these guys are ebbing and flowing with traffic. It looks like Kenneth Hollick might also be catching Mauro Dragoni in front of him and Buster. So once again, we may see all three of these guys get together, but I'm sure whoever the guilty party is in reference to the brake marker disappearing in turn 7, I'm sure his team probably has a cup waiting for him, as the other drivers will be seeking him out after the event.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There was contact earlier on with I think it was Enos Dowdy and John Caranci down there, but I'm not sure if the markers were gone by then or not. But I know there was definitely contact in turn 7. Colin Pearson actually got played a little bit of I guess dodgeball with his car and got through there unscathed when they had their spin, but I'm not sure if that's when the markers went away or not.
And as we take a look at Kenneth Hollick there, getting a little squirrely down in the hairpin, and doing a little curb riding there. Possibly some tire woes for Hollick. Let's take a look now at David Ortiz for the first time tonight. Currently running about 12 seconds adrift of the Northern Light entry. David, of course, running the DeSafio Virtual Ferrari F30. And then Hollick running, his times are closing in on Dragoni. So I imagine in a few laps here, we're going to see some battles going on. Let's go through the top of the field quickly. We've got Ryan Von Steinen out front in the P1 class. And Von Steinen, of course, with Nexus 6 Racing in the Judd. Fakes has taken over for Mills in Formula Racing in the R10. They're about 3 laps adrift. Then we've got another potential battle between Formula Racing and Deuces MC as your P3 position holder. Deuces MC, driven by Eric Schmieder. They're about, they've closed it down from about a minute and a half down to about 83 seconds. So Schmieder nicking away at Fakes just a little bit here. And then in your P2 class, Jason Quinn, currently driving for Scuderia Bolas Negro in the Acura. Those guys have been out on their own for a while now, as has Nexus in the P1 class. Quinn with about a 3-lap gap over Mike Erickson. Erickson running in the Nexus 6 P2 entry, and then about 3 laps behind him, we've got Tim Brook in the 05 Motorsport Porsche. Down in your GT field, another dominating performance up front with Doug Henson Racing. Stephen Bailey out front, about a lap lead over Ed Caranci in the Caranchi's Cobra Racing Ferrari F30. We haven't really looked at the Caranchi Cobra entry in the GT class. Let's go ahead and take a look at them. Laps not a lot though, Matt. And if something happens with Bailey again, we saw we heard from Pit Road that Bailey had a bit of an issue and had some front end damage. He stayed out, didn't pit, has been able to maintain his lead. But if something else like that happens, a lap's not really too far back, we could see Caranchi get up there and battle for the win.
Yeah, we Stephen Bailey actually came around and lapped me on my third stint, I believe, and he's the guy's solid. I mean, he pulled the Iron Man at Daytona, ran all 8 hours of Daytona, and drove a smooth, solid car, and it's actually very enjoyable to watch him race because he's just so smooth with the car, and Ed and Ron Caranci running the 430 are just as equally smooth, and I think it's a lot to do with the experience with Mod, probably their experience. I don't know if they have experience in real world racing, but it all translates, and it's the way they drive and their style, it's just very smooth. They do a great job. They're up front, and they've earned every bit of it. So,
and a lot of times with such a long event such as this, or really all the endurance races here at the ILMS ERL series are pretty lengthy, and it takes a lot of smoothness to be successful, because as we touched on earlier, not only you and I, but also as I was discussing with Phil earlier, after about the first 20 laps or so, depending on what class you're in, maybe even less, you might get 2 or 3 corners in a row where you can really try to hit your lines and run your race. The rest of the time, you're either looking to pass traffic or looking to be passed by traffic. So it's really hard to maintain focus and maintain rhythm. And if you're not smooth on your inputs, you can get into trouble real quick.
Absolutely. I think that in that aspect that the GT guys have a little bit of an advantage, because we're told always to run our race line, and let the faster guys pick and choose when they're going around us, obviously, because they can just simply put their foot down and go once they get clear. And I think the guys just have that your time doing it and staying smooth. That's what they're basically told to do, is just hold your race line, and it's there are times where you do get into trouble. You can't avoid guys diving in late and going into a tight corner like 14, 15, and 16 out onto the airport straight. You'll catch a gaggle of cars going in there, and the only thing you can do really is just hold your line and let them work around you. Still,
it's got to be tough, because well, we know at certain times people get impatient, or they're maybe in the midst of the battle, maybe they're chasing somebody and catching them, and they really want to push you into that corner, or maybe they're trying to fend somebody off, so they want to try to set you up as kind of a block, and that can get a little bit hairy sometimes.
Definitely had that. Had people definitely looking for a block or splitting cars and trying to get a pass going down the other side of the car on a straight. And times it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, real quick, I want to say again, thank you for joining me. I thought I saw Ryan. I think it was Ryan Mayfield in here, possibly. I thought maybe he would say hi. Now that I'm looking at the TeamSpeak booth, he's not here. So, if Ryan, if you want to say something and you're listening to the broadcast, feel free to hop in and just start talking. I can't see the list over the RF monitor at all times. I do check it periodically, but let me go ahead and invite you back as Matt and I are discussing a lot of the race here. We see Matt a few gaps. We're currently looking at Paul Schumann in the Doug Henson Racing has taken over now in the second Doug Henson entry, about 6.5 seconds, and holding pat for the last few laps, it looks like, behind Brian Cox. So we will definitely have to keep an eye on that, because that is our closest on-track battle. A couple of spots in front of that, or actually one spot in front of Cox, we got David Ortiz about 12 seconds still behind Kenneth Hollick. So DeSafio and Northern Light holding pat. Hollick about 20 seconds behind Northern Light. So your third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh entries in the LMGT class, all within about, well, actually, Cox is a couple of laps back. I'm sorry, but he's in a battle with Schumann, and then we've got third, fourth, and fifth in a pretty good battle. They're separated by a total of about maybe 30 seconds between the three of them. So we've got Gabriel Legnini currently chasing Nick Newcomb about 20 seconds behind him. So we've got some battles that could possibly develop on track. We'll try to keep them to keep y'all posted and keep an eye on those times. But we've got Newcomb in fifth, Gabriel Legnini in sixth in the LMP2 class. So everybody else is pretty spread out. Erickson maybe catching Tim Brook for second position in the LMP2 class. We'll have to keep track of that. Schmieder definitely catching fakes in the LMP1 class, as the gap is now about 75 seconds. And we saw it maybe about 10 laps ago in the 90-second range. So we've got some interesting battles that could develop. Just nobody really racing nose to tail at the moment. And I've been talking with Matt Willoughby. Am I saying that right, Matt?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, been talking with Matt Willoughby here in the broadcast booth, and any other drivers listening to the broadcast that want to step in, discuss how your race is going, or just give your input. The more the merrier, and we got plenty of beer to pass around.
Definitely could use a beer. Been a long day. You were talking about Paul Schumann earlier, and I was just checking his lap times compared to Brian Cox being the closest battle, and looks like what you said was right about pitting. Basically, the battle is in the pit lane. Paul Schumann just pitted a few laps ago, and Brian it's been a few laps for Brian. It looks like Paul pitted probably 4 laps ago, and if our factor monitor is correct, Brian's been out on track for a while. So, that we're going to see probably a position change in a few laps or so when Brian comes back in. So, like you said, the battle's definitely been in the pit lane, and fuel strategy may come into play in the last couple of hours.
Fuel strategy, tire strategy, especially here in the dark. Got to definitely know what tires are going to suit you when the temperatures go down and when the sun sets. Always tricky to kind of figure out there. But now let's take a look up. We're going to actually take a look at the number 6 position in the LMP2 class. This is Gabriel Legnini in the FVR Acura, and trying to chase down Nick Newcomb in the Oracle Racing S101J. Those guys are separated by about 17 seconds. We've got a few battles that are like that. I now show Kenneth Hollick about 15 seconds behind Mauro Dragoni and about 15 seconds in front of David Ortiz. So we've definitely got some stuff going on there. And now, according to RF Monitor, it looks like we got some people in the pit. So let me refresh that a little bit and see if we got any changes going on here at the front.
Yep, we had just called it. Brian Cox pulled in the pit, so there's probably definitely going to be a lead or a position change there between Paul Schumann. Looks like RVS, Ryan von Steinen's in the pit as well.
Yeah, I'm showing Von Steinen, but of course he's got a 3-gap lead. You're correct. Schumann has gotten in front of Cox, and now Cincio closing in, currently sitting at about 35 seconds back. So is Cox going to be able to get done with his pit stop in time to come out in front of Cincio? We'll have to wait and see on that. Then we've got the other battles on track. Legnini, who we're currently on board with, catching up a bit to Nick Newcomb. Now the gap is under 16 seconds, and of course a lot of this ebbs and flows as we go on through the race because the traffic, it's like we touched on earlier, very few clean laps. After about half distance and everybody spreads out and we got some attrition and stuff, you might get a whole lap where you got a clean lap and you can run your line and stuff. But by then your tires are worn and it's dark outside and they're not up to temperature and your brakes are overheating or whatever. And so that makes it real tough. When you do have that occasional moment where it's probably got to be an adrenaline rush, Matt, you're thinking, oh wow, I don't have anybody in front of me. Your team's telling you, okay, this lap you're gonna have a clean lap. You've got nobody in front and you've got nobody catching you. You can probably do a whole lap, maybe even two, and you've been running the whole time. Oh, and the moment there, it looked like for Schumann, I'm not sure what's going on. Let's take a look at him real fast, and we'll get back to our question. Looked like Schumann was getting passed by Legnini. I think Schumann ran in too deep into the wall there, and now he's diving into the pit. So Doug Henson, the second entry of driven by Paul Schumann, is going to have to pit shortly after Cox pitted, and he was able to take over that spot. So now Schumann may be in some trouble. I didn't see if he made contact with the wall or if he was just having to let traffic through, but Paul Schumann definitely in the pits. Let's take a look at Cox now and see where he's at on the circuit. He's coming onto the final straightaway, it looks like. So Cox is very well probably going to get in front of Schumann again. But back to my question, Matt, how hard is it to hold your adrenaline back when you know that, oh, wow, it's been 3 hours and I haven't had a clean lap yet? How hard is it to stay out of trouble in that situation?
It's I wouldn't say it's overly hard, but you definitely think more that you've got a clean track. You're like, oh, you want to hit your braking points, and you're at least in my mindset, it's remembering the gear and okay, hit this gearing, and for me it's kind of like the only thing I can equate it to would be when we're on the practice servers and we're actually trying to run the consistent laps and hit find where our braking points and turn-in points, and remembering the gearing that we're supposed to be in. Kind of go back into that mindset when you got a clean lap of just trying to remember and making sure that you're on your marks and you're in proper gearing and you're applying the correct brake pressure to carry momentum. And it looks like Rockenshoe had a spin back there. Exit onto the airport straight. You definitely get a few clean laps, and you want to hit all your points and try and keep those times down as much as possible anyway.
And now, Matt, we're taking a look at Ryan von Steinen of Nexus 6, currently in the lead overall with about a 3 lap gap over P2 of Formula Racing, currently driven by Robert Fakes. Fakes currently being chased down by Eric Schmieder in the Deuces MC entry. That rounds out your podium for the LMP1 class. In the LMP2 class, Jason Quinn also with a huge lead over P2 Tim Brook. Quinn driving for Scuderia Bolas Negro, and Tim Brook driving for 05 Motorsport. Brook, though, being caught here and there, the gaps kind of ebbed and flowed with Mike Erickson, but I think Mike Erickson of the Nexus 6 P2 entry has maybe encountered some issues, as I think I saw the gap earlier as low as 15 seconds. Now it's at about 26, so we've got that issue. But let's go back to it looks like Gabriel Legnini has passed Nick Newcomb. I just saw it on timing and scoring, and I missed it. This happened to me so many times at Daytona. I almost caught this one, but Legnini able to get in front of Newcomb before I was able to switch over, and I'm not sure what happened to Nick Newcomb, but Nick Newcomb having some kind of issue now, and Legnini getting in front. Let's see, and Newcomb is driving very slow. He's in the inner pit lane, hugging the inside of the final turn, so something that definitely happened to Nick Newcomb, and not exactly sure what happened, but there may have been some contact there, and Legnini able to get in front of Newcomb. That's for your P5 spot in LMP2 class.
Yeah, once again you see the guys that are out. They're out of sequence, and guys, it's really becoming a pit lane battle almost. Their lap times, barring traffic, looked pretty close to being, very, very similar. Looked like Legnini put in a couple of 51s and some threes, and Newcomb was running, slightly slower, but very close together. So, yeah, another pit lane battle.
According to timing and scoring, though, it looks like Newcomb was 8 seconds slower in the Sector 1, 7 seconds slower in Sector 2, and then, of course, he pit.
And that is the voice of Ryan. Is it Ryan Mayfield? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ryan, I'm going to adjust your volume just a little bit. I'm having a hard time hearing folks for some reason. I'm not sure if it's coming out weak on the broadcast or not, but let me adjust your volume in TeamSpeak a little bit, and hopefully everybody can hear you. Welcome to the broadcast, Ryan. How's y'all's race been going, and what are your thoughts on the developments here this evening?
We've been pretty fortunate tonight. Only made one mistake. That was by me in the final turn. It scared the poop out of me, I must say. But it was minor damage. So, we've been just, it's been a real lucky night, all I can say. We've been catching traffic a little bit better than the other guys, and just staying out of trouble. And, just pounding out laps.
We've been talking with Matt and earlier Phil Roberts, and now I see that Adam Baldwin is in the booth as well. How are you doing tonight, Adam?
The HR crews had a good night. Both the 17 and the 18 are running well. The 18's up in the lead. I did a couple stints earlier with the 18 car. Number 17 is plodding away, trying to make it up to the podium.
How is let's go back to you for a minute, Ryan. Traffic. How are you finding the traffic here, and how has it been affecting your driving through the stints and everything?
It's definitely tough when you first get out there. You see names that you've never seen before. You see cars that you've never seen before. But after you pass them 2, maybe 3 times, you learn to know what lines they take through the corners, where to decide to go for certain drivers. Some of them will let you by. Some of them they'll be a little bit tougher. But at the end of the stint, you just get faster and faster, not because the car's getting low on fuel, but because you learn what the traffic does. And it makes a huge difference.
it definitely helps to know your competition and your fellow drivers on track. That makes things so much easier. So when I'm sure when you have new names and stuff on track and you're not used to racing around each other, it definitely creates some apprehension. Adam, how has things been going for your squad? Let me know what team you're with, because I'm not familiar enough with all the teams to really know who everybody is driving for. And if your race is over, let me get an update, kind of what happened there, or how's it going if you're still in the race. Meanwhile, on screen, fellas, we're watching Mike Erickson with Nexus 6 Racing, currently catching back up to Tim Brook again. We've seen this gap ebb and flow a little bit over the last half hour or so. It was within about 15 seconds. Then it was up to around 26. Now it's down around 13. So definitely some goings on here between Tim Brook in the 05 Motorsport and Mike Erickson in the Nexus 6. But Adam, if you would go ahead and tell us about your race so far.
Sure. I'm on the number 18 Doug Henson Racing Corvette, which is currently leading the GT class. Steven's driving away. Our race has gone good. Steven started with a good 3-hour stint. Then I went in. Had a couple issues under braking, as my driving preferences kind of differ from my two teammates. That's been the main challenge of the day. Jogan took over, Steven's driving now, and Jogan's going to finish the race later.
And Adam, you touched on something, and I'd like to go to Matt now. I've noticed definitely you talk about driving styles and not meshing up with the setups and this, that, and the other. Matt, can you elaborate some on that with your squad? And I know from my own personal experience, some of the guys that I like to drive with Satellite from time to time tend to like a little bit lower downforce than what I'm comfortable with. I'm just not good at it, and that definitely makes for some challenge when you're setting up a vehicle for such a long event as this one here at Sebring.
Yeah, I'm fortunate that when I race with Colin and Brian, we race in a different league, and we're on the same team there, so we kind of knew each other's driving styles when we decided to join the ERL, and all three of us prefer an oversteering car in our setups. I prefer a lot less than they do, so they scale it back a little bit and kind of set it up so they can oversteer it a little more with the throttle or their steering lock versus running less downforce. The nice thing about it is that when they hand off the car, if they want a little less downforce to help them kind of rotate the car a little more, we can adjust that when we go into the pit lane. But yeah, driving styles for us are similar, but they're inherently faster, and I think that has to do with them being able to drive a car with less downforce.
And as I'm currently switching the camera view to Tim Brook of the 05 Motorsports, currently in the second position in the LMP2 class. Being caught here and there by Mike Erickson, but able to hold his own, as now the gap is back at 14 seconds. So we've seen it at 15 seconds, we've seen it at 26 seconds, we've seen it down around 13 seconds. Now it's around 14 seconds. And the ebb and flow of traffic has definitely played a big part in that. And actually, now that I'm looking at RF monitor, it looks like Mario Cincio is catching up a bit with Marcel Rockenshoe. Let me go to. We haven't seen too much of Marcel so far today. Marcel in the number 100 Acme Racing Vantage being chased down by the number 906 Nitro Sniffer Racing entry driven by Mario Cincio. But as all you guys touch on this setup differences and stuff, what is your take on? There's a big thing in R factor as far as if everything's not set up exactly the same, being disconnected and stuff. Any of you guys running different setups from your teammates? Go ahead, Ryan. I'll start with you.
Well, I think it's a little bit different for Jason because he started practicing last night for this race after his big move from his old house. But other than that, we all named the setup the same, and we broadcast it on the website to all the drivers that might want to get out. So we definitely make sure it's always the same, just to get rid of any of those unknowns that might kick us off the server. Fortunately, we've been free of that problem. But yeah, we definitely try to do everything we can to get rid of the unknowns.
And additionally, before a race, we'll make sure that we have very similar packages in terms of running the 12-hour package, running the same rims, running the same even brake calipers. That can make a difference in terms of getting a mismatch, and it plays a part in the daily preparations for this race.
Yeah, and I would have to agree with both of them. You know, like Ryan said, get rid of the unknowns and page. I know the Daytona was our first race, and you know we have never dealt with driver swaps before until this series, and we were actually so nervous about it that we were literally running down the entire setup of springs, camber, the bumps and rebounds and ride height, the Packers, everything down the list to make sure everything was equal before we saved it. And like Ryan said, you just want to get rid of the unknowns.
Well, that's definitely been our experience too, with satellite racing, trying to get everything exactly identical, because it's so frustrating to put in weeks and weeks of preparation just to get disconnected on your first driver swap, or I don't know what's worse. I don't know if losing out on it early in the race, or driving 7.5 or 6.5 hours of an 8-hour race and doing a final driver swap, and then it gets discoed. That is so frustrating.
Yeah, I think if I went out, I would want to go out early. I mean, at least if something's gonna go wrong with the swap on the server, or something isn't gonna connect, at least you've got the rest of your day. Where for me anyway, if you spent 6 hours on the server trying to drive, or you're in the 10th hour and something happens, then you really feel like the wind's been let out of your sails.
For sim racers, though, it's just kind of when you get discoed or disconnected, you got to look at it as like a mechanical failure in real racing.
Right.
I think that's the way most of the guys look at it, because we don't really have the same amount of engine failures, gearbox failures, tire failures, rim failures. So when we get kicked off, when our power goes out, when our video card fails, we have to look at it as a mechanical with the car.
And real quick, fellas, sorry to interrupt y'all. Dragoni, just now coming out of the pits, has dropped a couple of spots. We now have DeSafio Virtual in the third position in the GT class, driven by David Ortiz. Kenneth Hollick of Northern Light Racing in P4, and Dragoni dropping down to the fifth position after what is being reported as an incident in the last turn. So apparently Dragoni having some issues in the final turn, has to pit for repairs, and is back out on track now, but has dropped quite a bit of time. Currently coming out about 30 seconds behind Hollick, who's about 26 seconds behind Ortiz. So Ortiz and the DeSafio crew definitely. Oh, and Dragoni with another issue there in the hairpin. I was looking away for just a moment, come back, and he's trying to get back on track here. But Ortiz and the DeSafio Virtual crew definitely making up tons of time, and over the course of the last hour, going from fifth position in the GT class up into P3. So good job from DeSafio. Let's see if they can hang on to it as we're closing in. We're now under. Oh, and Dragoni, all kinds of trouble now with traffic coming up here, running through the grass. He's definitely maybe got some suspension damage or something. Maybe a tire didn't get swapped out like he thought. Problem. I'm sorry, go ahead.
We're hearing that he might have lost one of his brakes.
Wow. So there it is, folks. Your report from pit road. Not only does he the braking issue may have caused the issue in the final turn, but Dragoni in trouble now. The number one Busters Racing Team C6R, driven by Mauro Dragoni, in all kinds of trouble. possibly brake failure. We're looking at he is having a tough time hitting any of his lines or making any corner apexes. And I'm not sure if he's going to pit again or if he's just going to try to dial back the brake bias, try to figure out a good balance for him, but he is having all kinds of issues in that Corvette, dropping a couple of spots, and now we've got the Over the Hill Racing Junior team, C6R, driven by Brian Cox, about 2 laps back, but we're sitting at about an hour and 50 minutes left, and if Dragoni cannot get those brakes fixed, and let's see if he's gonna pit again, so that is probably going to give the Over the Hill Racing Junior team a lap back, and we will just have to see what is going to go on with this Buster's Racing Team Corvette.
2 hours remaining, too.
We'll take that lap back. And we'll take the lap.
Yeah, anything can happen. What, Adam? What's the thought here when it comes down to towards the end of the race? You've dropped a couple of spots now. You've got mechanical issues, and you're in possible danger of falling out of the top 5, even though your competitor's a couple of laps behind you. Is it time to start panicking here with 2 hours left?
Well, it's not just for the fact that other people are going to have issues coming down the line. For instance, in Daytona, we saw that in the last hour, at least 4 GT cars lost their brakes. So if you're having an issue, the best thing that you can hope for is other cars having issues as well.
Yeah,
which I'll tell you, this is the first brake failure. It might not be the last one.
True. We do have 2 hours left. We're about, 10 hours into this race now. It's dark. It's cold. All the reference points have changed. Everybody's running lights. And then, of course, if you have any issues on the front end, you may not have any lights to use. That's going to be tough, too. But different tire compounds, maybe the temperature's not the same as it was in practice. Who knows? But these guys could be running into all kinds of issues. Brake failures. I wonder if we're going to see any engine failures by the end of this. Hopefully not. You don't wish bad stuff on other teams. But it looks like we've got a driver swap. Daniel Pizzo taking over for the number 1 Buster's Racing team. So we've got a driver swap. It looks like Mauro Dragoni going to step out and let Daniel take over for him. And hopefully it looks like Daniel's running pretty decent. He's got some traffic coming up on him. Runs a little bit wide there. He's got Rockin' Shoe, who's actually a lap or 2 down, coming up behind him. Let's see how he does as he gets into the hairpin.
History tends to repeat itself here. I think the thinking behind changing drivers is a fun little trick in our factor is that when you switch, a lot of the damage gets removed from the car and it's almost brand new, which is why we have the minimum 12-hour packages for a race like this.
And that is definitely an interesting piece of information. One of the definite interesting things here with the swappable feature in R Factor. So definitely something to keep in mind for teams that incur damage. Oh, we've got Rockin' Shoe with a bit of a moment there. As traffic passes him, looks like he got just a little squirrely on the corner exit. So I'm not sure if it was the traffic or if he just got a little too much throttle in there on some worn tires. And fellas, real quick, I want to touch on the gap at the front. We've got Robert Fakes currently in P2 overall over Robert Fakes in the Formula Racing R10. Currently, the gap is now about 45 seconds over the Deuces MC entry, driven by Eric Schmieder currently. And we saw on the last pit rotation, Schmieder came out about 90 seconds back from Fake. So it's getting pretty close. Actually, it looks like Schmieder is in the pits, coming in right behind Rocket Shoe. So Rocket Shoe coming in to maybe get some new tires on that Aston, and it looks like Schmieder is pitting too. So having caught up to about 45 seconds of rears, now he's going to have to pit. When will Fakes have to pit? We've got an hour and 45 minutes left is what I'm showing in RF monitor, so I'm not sure how accurate that is, but I'm thinking they got to pit at least one more time. And what about the Formula Racing crew driven by Robert Fakes? I'm sure they're going to have to pit at least one more, maybe two more times as well.
Yeah, I would say I show Ian Mills in second place. I'm guessing that's Robert Fakes' teammate. If correct. Yeah, and it looks on our factor that they may have pitted about 9 laps ago. So I'm not sure what the fuel economy is on the Audis, the TDIs, but they are 9 laps. It looks like into their run. So. We've been talking about it all night, but looks like it may be another battle of the pit lane.
And Fakes just drove by Schmieder. Schmieder trying to come out of pit exit, but Fakes did get by him to put him a lap down. So Schmieder's definitely going to have to run some fast times, get right up there behind Fakes, maybe even pass him to keep from staying a lap down when Fakes does pit. In the meantime, we're going to go back to this battle now between Mike Erickson and Tim Brook. I'm currently on board with Tim Brook. The gap between Erickson in third position in the LMP2 class behind Tim Brook in the 05 Motorsport, currently in P2 in the P2 class, has dropped down to within 7 seconds now. So that is definitely a battle that is heating up. And then, of course, we've got Schumann back there behind Cox, about 8 seconds back of him. So those are two battles that we definitely want to keep a close eye on here.
Yeah, and Brook and Erickson in they race each other in other leagues. Both of those guys are true prototype drivers. They don't tend to bounce around too much from prototypes, and so both of those guys are very well experienced, and they've raced each other before. So they do know the way each other drive and got the experience. Very interesting if Mike can catch up, because Mike is I believe Brook is actually a P1 driver in other leagues, and Mike Erickson prefers the P2. So Mike may have an advantage if he can catch him. Shaping up to be pretty good. Still holding right around 7.2 seconds.
And I am back from the Buster's garage, talking to Morrow. He did say that it was a brake failure. I don't know which one exactly, but they asked Daniel if all is good, and he said it's like it's a brand new car.
Well, that's good to hear on them. In the meantime, as we're waiting for this battle to develop between Tim Brook and Mike Erickson, just a few spots back, we've got, well, nope, they've done it to me again. This is about the third time I've been fooled. We've got Gabriel Legnini in the P2 Acura behind Fiorino De Loro in the Cronchi's Cobra Acura, but it's a LMP1 versus LMP2. And I imagine De Loro will be pulling away shortly, especially with Legnini having a bit of a moment and an off-track excursion there in the hairpin. So definitely not what Legnini wants. Let's see the gap between him. Well, he's got a lap over Newcomb, so he should be just about okay there. Almost getting stuck though over the curbing, and that's definitely not something you want to do 10 hours or so into a 12-hour race. And once again, I'm Paco Luis Calderon, joined in the booth by Ryan Mayfield, Adam Baldwin, and Matt Willoughby. This is the ILMS ERL race event at Sebring. We're down in sunny Florida, but the sun has set and it is dark outside. We've had some interesting battles throughout the course of this event, and we've seen some some ugly moments. We've seen some pretty fair moments, and we've had quite a bit of attrition. And then, of course, as usual, I like to butcher everybody's last name. So if your last name has not been butchered and you would like to hear it butchered, then please send me a message, and we'll have us a little lotto drawing and see who can be the next lucky victim on the ILMS ERL broadcast.
You may want to run back and showcase Pizzo for a little bit. It looks like he was slow coming out of the hairpin a few seconds ago. Don't know if he's carrying any of those issues out that his team had a while back, but looked like he was slow there for a minute.
And as we ride on board Pizzo here, running a bit wide coming onto the back straightaway. So you may be correct. I'm getting a little bit of jitter, server lag possibly for my connection. It did drop earlier. I hope that will not happen again, and we'll just, if it does, we'll just reconnect as soon as we can. I see his front brakes, especially his front left brake, is glowing red heading into the final turn. So very well, they could be having some brake issues still, and maybe the car felt brand new when he first got into it, but maybe that was just because it had a moment to cool down. It looks like they possibly could be having some issues. Looks fairly steady through turn one. It's hard to tell because he doesn't have any other cars around him. He doesn't look particularly slow, but doesn't look particularly fast either. So, I don't know. My hands are kind of up in the air. I'm not really sure what's going on here with this Corvette driven by Daniel Pizzo. I'm sorry, the number one Busters Racing Team C6R.
The brakes only glow when they get up to a certain temperature range, and in the GT cars at least, you don't want the brakes glowing for long. So that's not necessarily a good sign if we're speaking about brake wear.
How disconcerting is it to be towards the end of a race like this, like we've seen these guys, and then I believe we spoke with this with Kenneth Hollick last time at Daytona. As we were watching the Karachi crew have brake troubles. How disconcerting is it after, such a long event, trying to keep your focus up, little battles here and there throughout the course of the race, and then all of a sudden something like this happens. I mean, that's really got to just take you totally out of your element and completely put you out of your focal point. Can either one of you guys elaborate on that? Adam, can you elaborate? Have you ever had that happen to you in a race where you've lost brakes like that?
Yeah, it's certainly tough, especially in a endurance race when you have multiple classes lapping together, because in addition to your issue, you also have to pay attention to traffic, you have to pay attention to keeping your pace up compared to your competition in class. I've had a brake failure like 3 laps left from a race, finishing, and it was very tough to finish it out because you have to compensate so much. And if we look on screen right now, it looks like Pizzo's really having issues with his brakes, especially on entry into corners.
Yeah, he really does. In the meantime, though, we've got a battle that has developed back in the GT classes, the battle for 8th and 9th between Marcel Rockenshoe in the number 100 Acme Racing Company, Aston Vantage, but Mario Cincio in the 906 Nitro Sniffer Racing F430 is catching him, and the gap is at about 3 seconds or so. We saw Rockenshoe have a bit of a moment a few laps ago and have to dive into the pits, and now it looks like as the tires come up to temperature and as they get through traffic, maybe he's able to now see the gap at 4 seconds. So there's probably some ebb and flow there, but definitely a battle that could develop, as it looks like Cincio is catching Rockenshoe from time to time, but Rockenshoe is getting away, and we just saw some traffic get through on Cincio there, and now it looks like Cincio's way back, having dropped quite a bit of time. So I'm not sure what happened. Maybe he got maybe ran off the road, or not got run off the road. Maybe he just ran off the road. I'm not sure what happened. We didn't see it. So something definitely going on there between Cincio and Rockenshoe. And then the next battle right up in front of them, we got Schumann still ebbing and flowing between about 5.5 to 7 seconds behind Brian Cox. So we've definitely got some battles going on track. They're just not nose to tail, and we'll keep an eye on it. And then, of course, at the front, we've got as I've heard from Pit Road, Eric Schmeider behind Robert Fakes, but closing in at a steady clip.
Yeah, and what amazes me is that we're 10 hours or so into the race, and look how many battles are still close on track. Got Fakes and Meter, Mike Erickson, Tim Brook. Those guys are still close. You got a number of cars in GT that are running very close, and you think over kind of distance and this kind of time that definitely spread out a lot more than it has. And looking at looks like Brian Hall and Sensio and Rock and Shoe are all fighting for one. All three of them are within striking distance of each other, and Schumann and Cox are going at it, and then Dragoni and Ortiz are chasing down Hollifer. So I'm just amazed at how many battles are still going on late in the race.
That, Schmeider's last lap was approximately 4 to 5 seconds quicker than Fakes, so that gap is closing quickly.
Yeah, not sure if Fakes is having some issues or if it's just the ebb and flow with traffic. Traffic is so disruptive to one lap time, as we see there on screen. Smolcheski with Satellite Racing getting around Rock and Shoot, but doing so via the way of some agricultural drive in there. I'm not sure if he was planting taters out there or what, but definitely took a dip into the grass around the corner, getting around Rock and Shoe. So yeah, traffic can definitely disrupt your lap time quite a bit, and yeah, we see a lot of gaps from car to car, 2 laps, 3 laps, 4 laps, but then there's several of them also that are definitely within striking distance, especially consider that we have a little over an hour and a half left. And does that Ryan, do you find that helps you maintain your concentration if you know you're either slightly catching somebody or possibly catching somebody or being possibly caught versus being 2 laps in front of the person? Does that some guys may find it easier to just run nice and smooth if they don't have any pressure on them. Some guys may excel more under the pressure. Which scenario do you think you like better?
Well, both of my teammates, Chuck and Jason, have kids of their own that they always have playing in the room with them, so they've got to have something to concentrate on. I always had them, focus on lapping the next guy ahead. That's 30 seconds ahead. We find some kind of goal for him to focus on so the kids don't distract him. And of course, I'm just a teenager with ADD, so I have to do the same thing.
And what is your take on that, Adam? Can you elaborate on your take as well?
Well, it's certainly tough to concentrate at times, especially in a 12-hour race. I mean, when you're doing a 3-hour stint, it gets pretty monotonous out there. It's definitely tough to concentrate. You kind of forget where you are in the track, and then once you miss a braking zone or something, you'll wake up a little bit. But it's hard to keep your concentration for 3 pit stops worth of running.
Yeah, I can definitely say that I have felt the same thing in the past. Personally, I like to be a little closer to somebody because I think it keeps me going a little bit better focused. But then again, sometimes I lose track of the traffic, and I may either get myself into a bad situation because I'm not letting people through when I should, or because I'm trying to force the issue, trying to race with somebody that's around me as well. So I guess there's a little bit of give and take to either scenario. Definitely easier to deal with traffic if you're out there kind of by yourself, but it's a lot easier to drive a lot slower too if you don't have anybody that you're chasing or anybody that's chasing you.
Yeah, if you're by yourself, there's times where you get clean racing, but if you're out there by yourself for a while, we're a lot of guys that are. Schneider looks like he's by himself. Gutierrez looks like he's running by himself, and some of these guys, they may just kind of fall into a slump where their mates aren't talking to them, letting them know what the gaps are. They could, easily just find themselves getting into a slower pace or a slower rhythm, without having any goals or anything. Brian said, I believe Brian said it about kind of giving those guys something to come.
We're taking a look now at race leader Ryan von Steinen in the number 68 Nexus 6 Racing C60 Judd. He is your current overall leader, the LMP P1 leader. Got about 4-lap gap over second place, driven by Robert Fakes, the number 88 Formula Racing R10, who has about a 45 to 46 second gap over Eric Schmeider of Deuces MC in the number 15 R10. Then in your P2 class, we have Jason Quinn in the number 83 Scuderia Bolas Negro Acura, leading the way over Mike Erickson by about 3 laps. Erickson running the Nexus 6 P2 entry in the Dome S101. He is in front of Andrew Werner in the 05 Motorsports Porsche by about a minute and a half, minute 20 seconds or so. And then in the GT class, we see that we've got Doug Henson Racing C6R driven by Stephen Bailey, the number 18 car, way out in front. He's got a good lap over Ed Caranchi, maybe more. Caranchi in the number 12 Cobras Racing F430, and then Kenneth Hollick of Northern Light Racing in the GT40, currently holding down the P3 spot. And we've seen that P3 spot. We've seen it, bounce back and forth between Northern Light, DesafioVirtual.com, and Buster's Racing. Buster's Racing holding down the P3 slot for the majority of the race, guys. But then a few laps ago, maybe about a half hour ago, they had some real issues into the final turn. Had to hit the pits. They lost a couple of spots. They're currently trying to fight their way back up. We've got Daniel Pizzo in the car, but he's about 70 seconds arrears of David Ortiz in Desafio Virtual. I think Ortiz, though, has had to pit, and I think Hollick has not pitted yet. So because Ortiz was in that third position for a while, I haven't heard of any issues with Ortiz, but those guys are going back and forth, and now we're closing in. We're under an hour and a half, and I don't know what the fuel mileage is for all these GT cars, but I imagine it's going to get pretty interesting at the end as these guys, like I said, have bounced back and forth in this final podium spot in the GT class pretty much all race long.
Yeah, our Doug Henson Racing is splitting strategies. I believe one of our teams, the 18 car, has one more pit stop, while the 17 has 2 more. That's just kind of splitting it up, trying to cover all your bases in terms of strategy.
I've been keeping an eye on that P2 battle in P2 because Tim Brook made an unexpected stop about halfway through his tank, and the way the gap is right now, I think it's going to come down to whoever doesn't have to get a splash at the end, since it takes about 45 seconds to go down the pit lane.
That's right, Ryan, and thank you for pointing that out to me. The Nexus 6 crew has been in P3 most of the time in the LMP2 class. The 05 Motorsports has had the P2, but now we see the positions reversed, and Andrew Werner in the vehicle now. And also, real quick, before I forget again, I'd like to welcome my good friend Matt Strand to the booth. How are you tonight, Matt?
Well, I'd probably feel a lot better if we were a little more towards the front, but otherwise can't complain.
Oh, I'm sure you can always find a way to complain if I know you.
Oh, I can find something. Just give me a minute.
What is your take on the satellite effort thus far, sir?
Honestly, it's been kind of a poor race for us. A lot of mistakes, stupid decisions. I know I got into the back of a P1 car in turn 1 somewhere around the 5-hour mark. I don't know who it was, but I think it ended their race. So apologies to whoever it was out there. I took a drive-through shortly after that, and basically ever since then it's been all downhill.
And y'all were able to do all that without me in the car. Wow, that's incredible that y'all find some way to mangle it even whenever I'm outside the vehicle.
Yeah, you'd have been proud of us. We tore it up pretty good. How it's still running, me and Mike been marveling for about 2 hours now. How we're still running, I have no idea. I had a few other moments besides that one. I nearly took out Ryan about hour 7, I think. I got a little too much vehicular diarrhea, as you would put it, coming out of turn 1. And I think he plowed into the back of me when I got sideways.
Yeah, it's never good to get a bad case of diarrhea on the course in front of or around traffic. As we take a look now on the screen at Dennis Morissette in the Can-Am Enduro C60 Judd, currently holding down the P4 position overall. And we've had some interesting battles here and there throughout the whole race. Everybody is pretty spread out at the moment. Our actual closest battle on track, as we look at Morissette for a minute or two, is actually in the GT class. Brian Cox in the Over the Hill Racing Junior Team C6R, about 4.5 seconds in front of Paul Schumann in the number 17 Doug Henson Racing C6R. These guys have been ebbing and flowing the last, I don't know, hour and a half, 2 hours, anywhere from between 5 to 7 seconds, and now it's starting to hit into the 3 to 4 second range. So I'm not sure if Cox is having some of that diarrhea or not, but definitely something going on there, as Schumann seems to be getting the better of it the last few laps.
I think out of the 20-something cars on track, 15 of them are just behind Morsetti here.
Well, I imagine being in the P1, Morsetti will be getting away from those vehicles pretty soon. It looks like Von Steinen heading into the pits, Nick Newcomb heading into the pits as well. Let's take a look now at that battle. We got on screen here pictures of Brian Cox in the number 154 Over the Hill Racing Junior Team C6R. Been driving pretty steady all afternoon, and Adam, what is your? I think he's probably been in the car now a couple of hours. What do you find your personal limits as far as how long do you like to stay in the vehicle?
Well, really, it depends on how happy you are with the setup and with how the car's handling. For instance, today I was not happy at all with how the setup was, so I wanted out of there as soon as my 3 stints were over. However, somebody like Bailey, he's done 5-6 hours in the car today, because he's totally content with how it's doing. So kind of to sum it up, if you're not happy, you want out, but if you are happy, you could stay in there all day.
But Bailey's a bit on the insane side, wouldn't you say, being in the car that long? Am I the only one that thinks that maybe he should be committed?
I would say
you on that one.
I would say he's a junkie.
he was up till like 6 a.m. his time trying to help me get in the setup where I wanted it last night. So
wow, that's a lot of energy. How is that guy, like 2? How old is he?
No, Bailey's pretty young. He's early 20s. Very talented though. Probably the one driver who I really admire and want to learn from. Him and I have had some great battles over the years, actually, now it is.
Yeah, very, very talented guy there. Very has a lot of endurance. That we saw that at Daytona, where he got stuck in the car and had to run basically the entire race. And we'll take a look at him in a little bit. Of course, we're talking about the number 18 Doug Henson Racing C6R driver, Stephen Bailey, currently at the front of the GT class. But we're currently on board with Brian Cox in the number 154 Over the Hill Racing Junior Team C6R in front of Paul Schumann. These guys have been going at it for the better part of a stint, maybe 2, but Paul Schumann now starting to make some real inroads as the gap closes to within about 2 seconds.
Yeah, Cox's last lap was a 2:10.4, while Schumann's was a 2:09.1, so that gap is shrinking. Yeah,
and just to add on what you said, Adam, I wasn't very happy with the car either. So I was, very much wanting to get out of there. Brian is, perfectly content with the car, but he's been in the car for almost 6 hours. He picked up my last bit of my stint. I just couldn't get in a rhythm with the car, even though we've been, testing it and driving it all week. So I would imagine he's probably a little tired, but I know he's happy with the way the car feels.
Cox is in the pits.
Yeah, we're looking at Brian Cox coming into pit road, so that puts Schumann up in front. We're not sure exactly where the pit strategy is. A little bit of a lock up there, and as Schumann runs off the circuit, might be driving in his mirrors a little bit, as we got the current P2 holder, Ed Caranchi of Caranchi's Cobra Racing, coming up behind him in that F430. But Cox is in the pits. I'm kind of wondering about the time frame, though, as there is about an hour and 20 minutes left. And, of course, to update you guys on some of the other goings-on around the circuit, we've got Prado back in the lead car, and then we've got Jason Quinn back in the P2 leader entry as well. So got some driver changes. Schmeider, down to under 40 seconds behind Fakes. So we're getting into crunch time now, about an hour and 20 minutes left, and I sure would love to see some racing going on like we saw towards the end of the Daytona race.
I'm hearing from my Doug Henson Racing boys that Schumann's going to pit in 2 laps. So we'll watch that battle carefully and see where he comes out when Cox comes around.
So there you heard it, folks, straight from the horse's mouth. Schumann pitting within the next couple of laps. Cox just having pitted on this lap. So it's definitely going to be a run to the flag for this battle between Over the Hill Racing Junior squad and the Doug Henson Racing squad. And Strand, what can you tell us as far as pit strategy goes? How do you guys like to do it at Satellite? Do y'all try to strategize for the entire race, or do you just let it kind of fall into place until the last couple hours or so?
Well, without giving too many secrets away, we do plan the majority of it, and then we have, emergency plans. If this happens, if that happens, this is what we'll do. Usually, like at Daytona, for instance, we only had one incident that really cost us any time, but otherwise strategy went 100% to plan, everything else. Days like today, though, you basically just take the plan and throw it out the window and drive the car till it's out of fuel, pit, put fuel in it, and go again. But most of the time, we'll plan out majority of the race, and like I said, a few other what-if kind of deals.
Any of you other guys like to elaborate on that? Go ahead, Ryan.
Sorry about that. I just got told by Jason Quinn that the reason why he's 2 minutes off the pace on a lap of 2 ago was that he's just about to pee his pants. So the battle for the P2 lead is heating up, or turning yellow.
And we've got another issue coming fresh to us. Some news here. It looks like the Nitro Sniffer car driven by Mario Cincio has DNF'd. They are out of the race at an hour and almost 15 minutes left. Those guys are out. I'm not sure if they were in the pits trying to do a swap or what, but it looks like the Nitro Sniffer vehicle is out of the race, and that is such sad news for them.
Paul Schumann.
Man, I'm watching the Nexus 6 car of Kevin Bannock, and he's just absolutely got the bit between his teeth right now. He's pushing that dome for everything it's worth right now.
And as we were taking a quick look at Brian Hall, we hadn't really seen him too much today. But let's take a look up at this Kevin Bannock, because I'm showing RF monitor. I'm not sure if it's right, but it's showing me Bannock's about 5.5 seconds behind Andrew Werner in the P2 spot for the LMP2 class. So Nexus having most of the race in the P2 slot wrapped up, but then they had some issues. 05 Motorsports was able to get in front of them, and now it looks like we've got a bit of a showdown coming up here.
Yeah, both guys, if they can go about another 20 minutes on their current fuel tanks, if they can both do 20 more minutes, they'll be able to make it to the end of the race on just that.
And now with Schumann having pitted, let's see if he's coming out of the pits now. He's rolling. Let's see where Cox is at. Cox is running wide. He's running into a little bit of trouble as he gets ready to head onto the final straightaway. So I'm not sure what happened there, if it was traffic, but Schumann is definitely going to come out with a pretty sizable lead as Cox is just now hitting the back straightaway, but Schumann's got this whole long pit exit to go. He's almost made it to the end, but it's got to seem like an eternity when you know your competitor is coming up behind you. Let's see where Cox is at. He's probably heading into the final turn. Yes, he's heading into the final turn now, but Schumann is exiting pit road, so I imagine Schumann's going to come out with about a 15 to 16 second gap over Brian Cox in the Over the Hill Racing squad.
I think Schumann did not take tires, while Cox might have.
So there you go, speculation from pit road. Schumann, no tires, gonna go for it in the final stint here, and is he going to be able to hang on? In the meantime, we're now riding with Andrew Werner, 05 Motorsport Porsche driver.
Prado having problems up front. Don't mean to cut you off, Paco, but I'm just getting word that Eduardo Prado is disconnected or something from this race.
Oh my goodness, and it is true. Prado out of the race. We're looking at the car on pit road there. Prado is out. The Nexus 6 leader of plus 3 laps has disconnected. Fakes is in the pits. He is going to possibly lose the lead to Deuces. We've got Eric Schmieder coming through now down the straightaway. Fakes is in the pits. Schmieder's going to take that spot, and he's 3 laps down from Prado, but they've got an hour left, so that's definitely going to this is definitely now going to be the battle for the lead between Deuces MC and Formula Racing, both driving an R10, so definitely an interesting development there in the P1 class.
If Schmieder stays in the car, he's got a good chance of catching him by the end of the race, because he's been about 2 seconds a lap quicker. So this P1 battle's probably going to heat up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're both going to have to pit again. Obviously, Schmieder's got one coming up here shortly, but then Fakes, I doubt he can make it to the end from here. So I'm pretty sure he'll have to come into the pits again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. These guys have been flipping, flopping back and forth for most of the race, and we've seen it throughout the course of the last. Well, since I've been logged in, I came in with about 4.5 hours left or so, and so and every time these guys pit, one of them jumps in front of the other one. So it's going to be interesting as we close in. We're now down to under an hour and 15 minutes. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how the pit strategy plays out. Obviously, they're both going to have to, or we're speculating that both of them are going to have to pit again. But once again, the leader is out. A high level of disappointment for the Nexus 6 crew.
Yeah, on a slightly better note for the Nexus crew, though, not the overall lead, but Bannock now has his gap between him and Warner down to about 4 seconds.
And now we've got Schmieder in the pits. Let's see where Fakes is coming around, hitting the final turn now. So Fakes is definitely going to take the lead again. And depending on the strategy there of the Deuces MC crew, whether they take tires, how much fuel they need, this, that, and the other, Fakes is going to have quite a sizable gap on the Deuces MC car. What is your take here, Ryan, as far as when y'all are in this situation, what is your preferred choice of strategy?
Whatever gets you the win, I'd say.
Well, that sounds like a
Sorry
damn
to
good
keep it so
answer.
light.
Good answer, Ryan.
That's easy to say when you got a 3-lap lead in your class.
Hey, so did Von Steinen.
Very true, very true.
Words of wisdom from Ryan Mayfield.
Doesn't come cheap.
And now, fellas, I'm going to focus our attention back to this battle between David Ortiz and the number 10 DeSafioVirtual.com F430. He's got about a 2-second lead over Kenneth Hollick in the number 6 Northern Light Racing GT40. So we've got something heating up here in the GT class, but they're getting all kinds of traffic around them. We saw Quinn there in front of Ortiz. Schmeider coming up behind Hollick. So once again, it's so hard to maintain focus when you're constantly having to drive in your mirrors and your laps are being disrupted by a constant flow of traffic working its way through.
Yeah, and it's real interesting to see now in the middle of this race, everybody just got so spread out that, looking for a battle on track, it was hard to find. Now there's 3 or 4 good ones as all the different strategies are starting to come together the closer we get to the finish of the race.
And you see that's Gabriel
Speaking of
Legnini
battles.
coming up to pass David Ortiz. Legnini, of course, in the FVR Acura in the P2 class with a pretty good with a lap lead over Chuck Curtis of Oracle Racing. Those guys are in 5th and 6th, and of course Legnini about 80 seconds or so behind DeLaro in the P1 class. So really not any threat to move up in the P2 class is Legnini, but definitely in a good position to fight off Curtis there. But we're watching David Ortiz with DeSafioVirtual.com in the 430 as he tries to fend off Kenneth Hollick in Northern Light Racing GT40. They've got all kinds of traffic streaming through them. This is your closest battle on track, though, as the gap is about 1.5 seconds. We've got another pretty good battle between Andrew Werner and Kevin Bannock a little ways up the road in the P2 battle for in the LMP2 class battle for P2 and P3. But we're going to stick with this for a while. These guys are Kenneth Hollick is almost within striking distance of David Ortiz, and if they can just get a few corners of clean racing here, we might see who has the advantage. Oh, Ortiz, though, having a big slip there, entering, what is that, turn about maybe 5 or 6, I'm not sure, but having a pretty good little moment there. Doesn't seem to lose too much time, but he's definitely looks like he's backing it into the turns there, guys, and maybe having some issues with the tires.
Was that the Ferrari that I heard was out there with the 8-hour package? I could have swore someone's out there with it.
That I do not
We've
know.
heard
I'm not.
whispers that that's the case. That they may or may not have on the 8-hour package rather than the 12-hour package, and if that's the case, then they'll be DQ'd.
Wow, I wonder what would. Is that just some kind of a mistake, or what would possess a crew to use the wrong engine package, especially if it would cost them a finishing position in the race? Would it be just for testing purposes?
I have no idea, honestly.
Could be
Either
at
that or they
Daytona.
didn't know the rule. Yeah, maybe they just kept over their settings from Daytona. Forgot to change it, but again, that's just the whispers from the pit lane. We're not actually sure if that's the case.
Or the other thing that could possibly be is that one of them did have the 8-hour package, while their teammates did not, and maybe they when they took over the car, it opted the car over to an 8-hour from the 12-hour. That's goes back to what we were talking about earlier with Ryan and Adam about going through and making sure everything was the same and removing all the variables and the unknowns. Very possible that could have happened too.
And that's a very good point that you make there. In the meantime, it does not look like Hollick is really catching up to Ortiz. The gap is still about 1.2 seconds or so. And then, of course, let's go back up to this battle in the LMP2 class. Andrew Werner in the number 11105 Motorsport RS Spider. Being hunted down by Kevin Bannock in the number 27 Nexus 6 Racing S101J, and Bannock there using all the curb on the exit, heading onto the straightaway, on the back side of the track there as they head up towards the final turn. I'm thinking Bannock might just have a little bit more inspiration at this point in the race, considering that his cohorts up in the P1 class have DNF'd out of first place and are unable to finish this race.
Well, that dome seems like it really came alive as soon as the sun started to go down. Early on in the race, the top 6 LMP2 cars, everybody was running the same pace. It was just a matter of who was quicker where on track between the Scuderia Bolos Negro and 05, Nexus, Satellite. DeSafio was up there for a while also. They're all running the same pace. But then as soon as the sun started to go down, that dome of Bannock and Ericsson just absolutely took off, and they've been running down 05 ever since.
All right, guys, I hate to keep doing this. We're going to switch back to the battle between Ortiz and Hollick. It's now down to within about half a second, and it looks like Ortiz is missing his hood there. Definitely, I'm not sure if that was gone before, but maybe having an issue and definitely running a lot slower as Kenneth Hollick looking to make a move up the inside. That Ferrari still got plenty of pace down the straightaway, though.
I think that's been gone all race. I noticed that earlier, and I wasn't sure whether to notice it or to mention it.
At any rate, Kenneth Hollick has worked himself up into about a half a second behind the Ortiz-driven car of DeSafio Virtual. So these guys are definitely in a dogfight now. We've also got another fight developing up front between Andrew Werner and Kevin Bannock within about a second now. And then in the LMP1 class, we've got Deuce's MC about 19 and a half seconds behind Formula Racing there, driven by Robert Fake. So we've got all kinds of battles heating up here for the last hour as we close in on that time frame for this long 12-hour race here at Sebring.
You'll notice that Ortiz pulls a couple car lengths. Either he's running less downforce or that rumor of the 8-hour package, which has a lot better horsepower. That might be true.
Oh, and now you see Ortiz snaking down the straightaway just a little bit, maybe trying to break the draft. But, Hollick a little wide into the final turn. Going to square it off and try to get a run into one. But looks like both of these guys are definitely fighting demons in the car as they don't appear to be sticking as well as the guys would like.
Oh man, speaking of fighting demons, Andrew Werner just had all 4 tires locked up going into the hairpin. And now Kevin Bannock is just absolutely glued to his gearbox as they come down up on turn 10.
And as we switch to that battle now, this is for the P2, P3 battle in the LMP2 class. Werner in front of Bannock, the 05 Motorsport Porsche in front of the Nexus 6 Dome S101J. Of course, Nexus 6 is compadres in the P1 class, just recently DNFing after almost 11 hours into this race. And you know that Bannock and crew are definitely going to be pushing. There's no way they're going to catch Scuderia Bolos Negro, but if they can take that P2 spot away from 05 Motorsport, you know that's going to be a happy crew down pit road.
With R4R Motorsports going out so early, their hefty points lead is not going to be so large anymore. And with a second or third place finish, I believe that Nexus 6 will become the new points leaders here after Sebring.
And thank you, Ryan, for that championship update brought to us by Ryan Mayfield. So we appreciate all that information, as a lot of times my head starts swimming, especially when things heat up. I tend to get a little bit hyper squirrel going on here behind the mic. But we've got some battles heating up, and now it looks like Hollick and Ortiz still within about a second. This battle that we're watching between Andrew Werner and Kevin Bannock under right about half a second. Schmeider closing in on Fakes for the overall lead. That gap is down now to about 16 and a half seconds. So we've got, and it looks like Kenneth Hollick has taken that point from David Ortiz. We didn't see exactly how it happened. It looks like I don't even see Ortiz on track, so I'm thinking Ortiz is in the pits. Yes, Ortiz has gone down pit road, so that handed that spot to Kenneth Hollick. So now we'll have to see how it plays out. We're just under the 1 hour mark. I'm not sure if Northern Lights will have to pit again, or if so, how soon, or can they take a splash of gas? Does anybody know?
I know from a GT standpoint, we wouldn't be able to make 1 hour. Very close to it, but I would almost assume, and especially if like they said, the rumors are true with the 8 hour package. You're definitely getting less fuel economy because you're actually using more horsepower. So I would imagine that they may be pushing it. If they try and short shift, they may get it, but I would imagine a splash and go might be the case.
And now we're getting word from Pit Road that the number one Busters Racing team, C6R, driven by Daniel Pizzo, is out due to brake failure. So we saw those guys have some problems early on, and now Pizzo and crew are out. Tough luck for the Busters Racing team, but we kind of saw that one coming for a while, as they have struggled with brakes for about the last hour or so. And now Kevin Bannock getting a run on Werner, going to take him on the inside here. Werner taking him on the inside of the hairpin there. Werner didn't have anywhere to go, saw it coming, left him room. Good smart racing there. Werner's going to try to tag onto the back of Bannock now and see if he can't get that spot back.
Yeah, Werner's having real problems on the brakes, especially going down there into the hairpin. And Bannock, I believe that Nexus car's got a lot more downforce, as they've just been absolutely dynamiting all the braking zones all day long.
Gap between P1 and P2 is now only 17 seconds, closing by about a second a lap. So at this pace, Schmeider will catch Fakes by the end of the race.
So we've got some battles heating up all over the circuit. Here we just saw Bannock getting by Andrew Werner, and doesn't look like Werner was able to stay close enough to maybe swing back around. He's definitely closing fast at the end of this back straightaway, though, as they head into the final turn. Can he get through the final turn clean enough to get a run into turn one? It doesn't look like he's close enough. He's about, runs it real wide there, but he's still about 7 or 8 car lengths behind Bannock. So Werner's going to have to just try to tag along. Maybe Bannock will make a mistake and give him an opportunity, but right now it looks like Bannock and crew have the upper edge. And while we're waiting on to see if that's going to develop into any further racing, or if Bannock's going to be able to get away, let's take a look at Robert Fakes. He is your number one leader overall, the number 88 Formula Racing R10, but currently the Deuces MC entry, the number 15 entry, driven by Eric Schmeider, is currently catching him. So the gap is down to about about 13 and a half seconds or so, and it's been closing steadily. So we've definitely got us a race here fixing to happen within the last hour. We saw this at Daytona, all the strategies coming together at the end and providing some really tight racing. Looks like we're gonna be able to see that again, and after a few hours of some pretty spread out racing, some flip flopping back and forth on different pit strategies. Now it's all going to come together, and you see the brakes glowing there on the number 88 Formula Racing entry as we are racing in the dark, and that just makes everything even more vital as far as maintaining your focus and hitting your marks.
And this version of Sebring is particularly dark. Going to the real race last year, it was pretty well lit up, and it's kind of a bit of a shock to go out there and see that it's almost pitch black in some of the corners.
For sure, and in addition to that, it gets pretty cold, so at night your tires won't heat up, your brakes usually won't heat up as much, and the times will drop off about 4 seconds. The quick laps earlier in the day were in the 43s for the P1 cars, and the quick laps now are in the 47-second range, so it's about a 4-second drop-off.
Matt, do we have any update on the Nexus 6 crew that dropped out? Were they attempting a driver swap? Does anybody know? Have we heard anything from pit road?
I'm trying to get in contact with Mr. Von Steinen right now to see just what happened with them.
So while Matt checks on that, we're currently riding on board Robert Fakes, your overall leader in the number 88 Formula Racing R10, being chased down. Let's go ahead and switch over to Eric Schmeider in the Deuces MC entry, the number 15 Acura, driven by Schmeider. The gap down around 13 and a half seconds. We've seen it as high as 18 to 20 seconds
when they were out of the pits.
I'm sorry, what's that? Go ahead.
It was about 20 when they came out of the pits, so that's 7 seconds in about 15 minutes.
So there you have it. The word from pit road, timing and scoring, letting us know exactly what's going on, and then just within the last couple of laps, we've had Kevin Bannock taking over the P2 spot in the LMP2 class for the Nexus 6 entry over 05 Motorsports, Andrew Werner, and apparently is pulling away as that gap now is at about 17, 18 seconds. So Werner in all kinds of trouble with tires, but he's got quite a big gap over Smolczewski with the satellite crew, about 4 laps. So they're definitely not in any kind of danger of losing the final podium spots there.
Warner just messed up coming into the pits.
And it looks like Warner going again. You see Fakes going by. Let's see what kind of time gap that looks like. I believe this is going to be Schmeider coming. No, that's Montero. Where's Schmeider? That's probably Schmeider right there. There's Schmeider. So that's what your gap of 13 seconds looks like now between Fakes and Schmeider. And then elsewhere on track, we've got Schumann about 10 and a half seconds in front of Brian Cox. So through the pit rotations and strategy there, the Doug Henson number 17 racing crew has been able to get in front of and stay in front of the Over the Hill Racing Junior squad, currently driven by Brian Cox, the number 154 C6R. You see Schumann about 10 seconds, but ahead of Brian Cox now. Anything can happen, though, as we're about 50 minutes from the end. We're hoping to have some real exciting battles here at the end, but the attrition is really starting to pick up now. We've had brake failures, we've had engine failures, we've had disconnects, we've had all kinds of stuff going on, and we still got some pretty good battles on track. The main one that we're looking for is the overall lead. Fakes currently about 10 and a half seconds in front of Schmeider, and Andrew Werner, after this pit stop, rebound and get back up on par with Kevin Bannock? Are they going to have to pit again, and how is their pit strategy going to play out? So those are your two closest battles, along with Schumann and Cox. And we're looking at Schumann looking pretty smooth right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at Brian Cox and see how his Corvette is handling. A little wide out of the final turn there, but you see Fakes going by, so he may have left room for Fakes. You see Bob Merlino coming up there. Bob Merlino currently in the P1 Karachi's Cobra racing entry, currently sitting in 5th position in LMP1. So he's coming up to lap Brian Cox, and then you're going to see Schmieder coming up behind that. Schmieder trying to chase down Robert Fakes in the lead position. We had Eduardo Prado.
Gap's down to 10 seconds.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Gap is down to 10 seconds between the overall leaders.
So there you have it. Schmieder closing to within 10 seconds now. If you're just joining us, we had Eduardo Prado with the Nexus 6 crew DNFing. We're still trying to get word from pit road as to what happened. Were they attempting a driver swap? Did it just was it just a good old-fashioned disconnect? And you see Merlino there trying to maybe get out of the way of Eric Schmieder, but looked like a little miscommunication there between those two drivers.
Yeah, I just got the text from Ryan. He did confirm that Eduardo just disconnected. It wasn't a driver swap error or anything. I'm trying to convince him to come into the booth and stop sulking right now, so maybe we can get his opinion on everything.
Hey, Adam. Both of the lead GT cars pitted about 3 or 4 minutes ago. That's 54 minutes remaining, I believe. Do you think they'll make it to the end, or will they have to splash?
I believe that the leading GT car, the number 18 Doug Henson Racing Corvette, just did their final driver change, changing over from Stephen Bailey to John Jogan, and they're anticipating a splash and go at the end.
Yep,
Andrew
same
Warner
with
back in
Franchi.
the pits.
So there you have it from pit road, folks. We've got several battles on track within not nose to tail, but we've got about a 10-second gap between Schumann in 5th position in the GT class and Cox in the 6th position. Schumann driving for Doug Henson, Cox for Over the Hill Racing squad, and then also we've got a battle for the lead shaping up now as Eric Schmieder is within about 8.5 seconds of Robert Fakes. Let's go ahead and go back to that battle and watch those two for a little bit. We can see. Let's hop on board Robert Fakes now and look and see if we can start seeing Schmieder on the screen. Fakes looking like he's a little bit wide there. Maybe having some issues with tires, fellas?
Well, remember that Schmieder took tires on his last stop, so his tires are much fresher than Fakes. I'm not really sure of the situation, but more likely at this point, those tires are pretty durable. It could be brakes, or it could just be driver fatigue.
Yeah, and speaking of driver fatigue, you got to remember that guys like Schmieder and Hollifer are, they're Euro guys racing here. So it's they're 6 hours ahead of us, and it's 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning there. So not only are they tired from driving, but it's also late at night there as well. So that's something else that they'll have to deal with.
And keep in mind, folks, we're talking about 11 plus hours into a 12-hour race now. We've got battles that are within 10 seconds of each other. That's let's just say that's outstanding to have battles that close together after such a lengthy time on track. All the strategies coming together now, and it's going to matter. It's going to be who got it right on fuel and who got it right on tires and who has enough at the end to go for it if they have an opportunity.
I'm thinking right now that Schmieder and that Deuce's crew, they've got the leg up in that Audi as they've got the new tires, and he's definitely got the momentum over the Formula Racing R10.
And I'm trying to look here if there's any other battles on track, and this is the closest battle. This is the battle for LMP1 victory and your overall lead. We're looking at Robert Fakes in the number 88 Formula Racing R10, about 6 seconds now over Eric Schmeider in the number 15 Deuces MC entry. So things are going to heat up here within probably the next 5 laps or so, as Schmeider is just closing in hand over fist.
Fakes almost lost over the curbing there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed it. I didn't see who it was. Still don't see Schmeider on the screen. We see Fakes going through turn 1 now. Let's switch to Schmeider and see where he's at. Now he's coming through turn 1, so he is getting closer and closer and closer. The gap now under 6 seconds and closing. And then, of course, our other battle, Brian Cox is gaining on Paul Schumann, so that gap is now under 9 seconds. And, of course, the traffic just keeps making everything just ebb and flow the entire time. But at the end of this kind of a lengthy battle, is Schmeider gonna have enough in the tank left if he catches up to Fakes, or is he gonna be just mentally exhausted?
Well, they're both going to have to pit again for fuel. I can almost guarantee you that one. But while we're watching this battle up front, we just got in the booth Mr. Brian Von Steinen. Ryan, you guys are out front forever. Just what happened?
I don't know. I just said, hey, I just discoed, and he stayed connected on TeamSpeak for another 30 seconds or so, and then disappeared, and then he came back, and now he got kicked off again. He hasn't been back. So maybe it's something big on his end. We were so happy because we did so many swaps back and forth today, and no problem. Like, everyone was, just an accomplishment getting a swap done, because we just go to the left too on swaps. So tough day again.
Yeah, that's such a heartbreaker, and it's just, oh man, I can't tell you how bad I feel for you guys. Almost making it, 7 hours into the race or so, and then have something like that happen. It's gut wrenching.
Yeah, definitely took the take. The FRO and Deuces are both very, very fast teams, and to be a couple laps up, I was really just cruising at night, and trying to be careful with GTs and keeping those things.
Yeah, and that's got to make you feel good when you can put that kind of a gap on such strong teams. But real quickly, fellas, I'm switching back the focus to Paul Schumann. The gap between Schumann and Cox is closed now to under 2.5 seconds. So not only do we have that battle developing between Robert Fakes and Eric Schmeider, we've got a battle for P5 in the GT class between Paul Schumann and Brian Cox, really starting to heat up now.
Yeah, and just an update on that P2 battle we were following earlier. Kevin Brents, I believe, has gotten back into the 05 Motorsport Porsche for Andrew Werner, and he's quite a ways back from Bannock in that Nexus 6 dome.
Yeah, I'm showing the RF monitor showing that the Bannock and crew have a lap on Brent's, so I don't think they're in too bad of a spot at the particular moment. But we do have two really good battles heating up now. Paul Schumann here in the number 17 Doug Henson Racing, trying to fight off Brian Cox in the Over the Hill Racing Junior Squad. Both of these guys driving Corvettes. Cox been having the better of it the last few laps, and I've got to wonder, is it tire strategy playing out? or is Schumann just getting unlucky in traffic? We're going to break away from this battle yet again. They're about 2.5 to 3 seconds apart, but up front for the overall lead and for your LMP1 battle, we have the same type of a battle ensuing between Robert Fakes in the number 88 Formula Racing R10 and Eric Schmeider in the number 15 Deuces MC car. And now we can see Schmeider on the screen with Fakes at the same time. We haven't seen that for quite a while, and these teams have flip-flopped back and forth for the P2 position. Overall, Fakes having all kinds of trouble there, though, and Schmeider closing in. These guys flopped back and forth through the pit rotation, and it was for P2, but the Nexus crew has DNF'd, and now these guys are fighting for the overall lead, and Schmeider definitely closing in on Fakes really fast.
In a minute, these guys are going to run into Schumann.
Ooh.
Literally.
Yeah, Fakes has had something go wrong on his car because he's been struggling real bad for about 3 or 4 laps now. And it's really coming to a head as Schmeider's just run him down like no tomorrow. Fakes is doing everything he can just to keep it on the road, it looks like.
Yeah, you see him taking a real defensive line here into the final turn. Oh, but swings it real wide. Schmeider takes a real wide entry. He's going to try to cut it off. Fakes is diving for the pits. So Schmeider's going to take the lead, and Fakes is going to have to dive into the pits. He's going to get fuel and probably some new tires, and we're pretty certain that Schmeider is going to have to pit again. We're just under 40 minutes in, so let's switch back now, as we'll have to see how that happens, what happens with that when Schmeider pits. Let's switch back to this battle between Schumann and Cox. This is the number 17 Doug Henson Racing Corvette, just in front of the Over the Hill Racing Corvette, and these guys are within about 2.5, 3 seconds of each other. So we'll keep an eye on Schmeider and Fakes, but right now this is our closest battle on track between Schumann and Cox.
Gotta say, good job with Fakes there, keeping it together.
Yeah, once these prototypes get through, Schmeider and you see Morsetti getting by Brian Cox right now. Once they both get through, both of these GT cars should have a fair bit of track to just run with each other, and they won't have any prototypes jumping in to screw their battle up.
We've elaborated on this. Oh, wow. Morset off in front of Schumann. Doesn't hold him up too bad, though. We've elaborated on this in different ways throughout the course of this broadcast. But now let me just ask this kind of a straight-up question here, and we'll go ahead and start with you, Adam. Preferred choice here, Rabbit or Hound?
I don't know about Rabbit or the Hound, but I'll take Schmeider. I don't know. They've ran a consistent race, so I guess they'd be the hare in the battle. I've watched his lap times. They've within a couple tenths of each other every single lap. But in these 12-hour races,
Adam, I'm sorry. You're cutting out on us. We lost your vocals.
Got Schmeider in the pits now, so we got to see where he comes out in relation to Fakes.
Okay, as Adam works on his vocals so he can elaborate on what he was saying, we see Schumann and Cox. They're really not, the gap is still flowing about 2.5 to 3 seconds. We see Eric Schmeider now in the pits here. Not sure if he's going to take tires, fuel, what's going on. We saw Fakes pitting just a lap earlier. Here's now coming up the back straightaway, fixing to enter the final turn here is Robert Fakes. And as he gets through the final turn, let's get back on board with Schmeider here. Schmeider is rolling. He's almost at pit exit. We're going to see Fakes come into the screen here, but I believe Schmeider's going to get out in front of him. There's Hirsch coming through. Merlino's coming through too. I'm not sure if Schmeider's going to be able to stay in front of those two. And now, so the Fakes is going to be about maybe, I'm going to say 5 or 6 seconds behind Eric Schmeider in the Deuces MC entry. And I've got to wonder if Schmeider is on the same tires, and if Fakes is on fresh tires, who's going to have the advantage in the final 40 minutes here, fellas?
Yeah, Schmeider took tires last time he came in, so I can guarantee you that he didn't take tires this time around. If he did, maybe 1 or 2, but not all 4 of them.
One strategy that may be working is one of them could have taken softs or Le Mans softs to be pretty quick in this final stint because you're not going to need all the wear.
And that's a good point. The gap on RF monitor is showing about 3.5 seconds or so. So as Fakes gets his tires and brakes up to temperature, well, now the gap has increased to about 4.5 seconds. So he's trying to get those tires up to temperature. Let's see if we can see Fakes getting around Merlino now. That may be the cause in the jump to the gap there from 3.5 to 4.5 seconds. But Fakes trying to get those tires up to temperature so he can chase down Schmider here in the last stint at this 12-hour race at Sebring, brought to us by ILMS ERL.
Yeah, Fakes is way overdriving his car right now. He's locking up. Saw him lock up down there in the tower turn. He locked up down in the hairpin. I think he's just pushing too hard to run Schmider down, and Schmider's just keeping it smooth and consistent, pulling away from him.
And we see the gap increasing now to a little over 5 seconds. So, of course, traffic is going to play a huge part in this. None of these laps are fully clean, or very few of them are. Most laps involve traffic of some sort. So, who can get through the traffic faster or cleaner than the other person without losing too much time? That's going to play a big part as we close in. We're almost at the 30-minute mark until the final bell rings. But we've got Eric Schmider in the number 15 Deuces MC entry over Robert Fakes in the number 88 Formula Racing R10. So, looks like Fakes is definitely having some issues. I'm wondering, did he take tires?
I hope for his sake that he did, because we saw before he pitted that he was having these exact same issues. So now looking at him, I'm guessing maybe he didn't, as he's still sliding all over the place.
Looks like it could be brakes.
Or that.
Especially in the hairpin, every single lap he's overshot it 9 of the last 10 times. But definitely something looking wrong with the car.
And now as we see the gap increasing on timing and scoring to over 8 seconds now, let's switch our focus to Jason Quinn. This is your LMP2 leader, the number 83 Scuderia Bullis Negro Acura ARX 01B. Quinn and company have been pretty much in a league of their own all race long, fellas.
Yeah, and hats off to them, because they've got their P2 car up to 4th overall now. Some of that due to attrition, but a lot of that down to their just outright pace and consistency all race long. So props to them for that one.
And you see Quinn into the pits for the final time. But they've got about, well, it shows that they've got 3 laps over Bannock and the Nexus 6 entry in second position in the LMP2 class. So let's focus now on the GT leader, John Jogan, the number 18 Doug Henson Racing, a C6R, and once again, just as we've seen in the P2 lead, Jogan and Bailey in the Doug Henson Corvette have been pretty much flawless.
Jogan does like to do some unnecessary drifting though, so us teammates yell at him for that, but hopefully he'll hold it together for these last couple minutes.
Yeah, he's got 32 minutes left according to the RF monitor. So if he can just
that's plenty enough for him to get into trouble.
Yeah, if he can curb his enthusiasm for just a little bit longer, then they're going to be golden. As it sits right now, though, they've got a lap lead over Ed Caranchi in the Caranchi's Cobra Racing F430, and really it's been a quiet race for Caranchi, but they've been steady in P2 the entire time. And as I look through timing and scoring, we've had quite a lot of attrition. Looks like there were about 38 entries. Is that sound about right to you guys? And it looks like we've got about 20 left on the circuit, maybe 19 left on track.
Yeah, I'd say about half of those DNFs might have been discos, though. So that number might have been a little inflated by the disconnection figures.
And I'm looking at the gap, fellas, for P1, and it appears that Eric Schmider and the Deuces MC entry now have about a 16.5-second lead over Robert Fakes in the Formula Racing Audi. So Fakes definitely having some issues. Of course, we still have half an hour left. Anything can happen. But at this point, it looks like Deuces may have the upper hand. And let's look at through some of the other cars through the field now. We've seen Jogan, we've seen Crunchy, we've seen most of the cars here. Let's take a look back at Schumann. Schumann and Brian Cox were in a pretty good tussle for a while, but looks like Brian Cox has had to pit and is now about 58 seconds behind Schumann. So definitely a lot of our battles that we were anticipating being kind of split up again, and happening about maybe into the 45-minute mark from the end. A little bit anticlimactic, but that's okay because these guys don't care. They don't want drama in their race. They just want to win. Is that pretty much right, Adam?
Yeah, that's the basic way. I mean, who really cares how you get it? A win is a win.
And
well, I took a few minutes and jumped back over to the OTHR junior team channel and talked to Colin while Brian was on track, and both feel that Schumann is going to have to make another stop for a splash and go.
Yeah, he's got one more.
And I just asked Colin. I said, "How do you think we're going to do?" And he pretty much without saying too much, he said we're all smiles. So I think it's probably going to get interesting after the pit stop. Think Schumann has double stinted the tires, or will have to change if he's running softs at the end. So it'll be interesting. So yeah, the battle will pick back up. I definitely think that's going to happen.
So there we have it. Word from the Over the Hill Racing Junior Squad is that Doug Henson Racing, the number 17 entry driven by Paul Schumann, will have to pit again for a splash and dash, and is going to be on pretty worn tires. They're liking their chances. Currently, though, we see Schumann with about about a minute lead over the Hill Racing Squad, driven by Brian Cox. So things are going to heat up there, though. Here we're within the half-hour mark left in this race, and we've had some pretty exciting moments. We've had some bitter disappointment. The number one Busters Racing team out with brakes. The Nexus 6 P1 entry just discoing, and that is probably the most heart-wrenching of all when you're leading the race by such a wide margin. We're currently on board with Paul Schumann. Schumann with the number 17 Doug Henson Racing entry in the Corvette. Speculation on pit road is that Schumann and crew will need to do one final pit stop, whereas the number 154 entry of Over the Hill Racing, the junior squad, also in a Corvette, is good to go to the end. So we're looking for that gap. Well, already the gap has gone from about a minute down to about 58 and a half seconds. So up front we have Eric Schmeider about half a minute or so in front of Robert Fakes. Schmeider in the Deuces MC entry, Fakes in the Formula Racing entry. These guys have swapped positions throughout the race, mostly for P2 until the Nexus 6 crew disconnected, and now they are racing for the lead. But it looks like Deuces has the upper hand. Schmeider was able to chase Fakes down, Fakes having some issues in the car, so held on to it for as long as he could, and now it looks like they're going to have to maybe settle for P2. We've got Barry Hedrick of Can-Am Enduro currently sitting in P3 in the LMP1 class, but he's some 3 laps down from P2. So, and then in the LMP2 class, we've got Jason Quinn over Kevin Bannock over Kevin Brent. So there's been some interesting racing throughout the course of this event. We've had some really close moments, a lot of pit strategy, and now we see. Let's change our focus back here to Gabriel Legnini. These guys have been chasing with the FVR Acura. Have been chasing the Karachi's Cobra Acura, currently driven by Bob Merlino, the entire race. And they're actually in different classes, but this is actually a pretty good battle because they keep getting within about anywhere from 1 to 2 seconds of each other, and then the accordion effect, it kind of goes away, and then it comes back, and then it goes away. So kind of an interesting inter-class battle here between Karachi's and the FVR. Great job for both of those teams to keep their noses clean and just running steady races the entire time.
Hearing that Paul Schumann's going to be doing a couple laps here. What he's going to be focusing on right now is just pumping out some great in-laps, making sure that he can build a gap on Cox.
Oh, we've got an incident between Legnini and I believe that was Ortiz, and now they're stuck in the. We see Curtis going through, Brian Hall going through. Here comes Jogan. It looks like I can't tell what turn they're in there. Maybe it's right heading into that little S section before the final straightaway. Legnini, all kinds of trouble there. Looks like he's going to be able to limp back to the pits, though. I'm not sure what happened to Ortiz. I don't see him. Timing and scoring does not show him out of the race, but a hairy moment here in the dark at Sebring, and got to hope that Ortiz is okay. We don't see their car moving yet. Let's go ahead and see if we can see where Ortiz is. Yes, Ortiz is moving now. Ortiz driving in Ferrari and making around. And he's not going to pit, fellas. Looks like he's running on a cut tire and has no rear wing, and looks like he is going to continue around the circuit.
He's getting his money worth out of that.
That's not going to end well.
And, of course, he's racing the DeSafio Virtual.com entry, the Ferrari F30, in front of Paul Schumann by 2 laps. There is 20 minutes left, and I'm not so sure that Ortiz is going to be able to hang on to those 2 laps in the current condition that car's in. I think it might have been a better move to just go ahead and pit and take some lengthy repairs, lose a lap and a half, and at least have a somewhat decent car to race with for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a flat front left tire, broken splitter, rear wing is gone, and damage on all 4 corners, especially the right side door. So his lap times are going to be so slow that he should have just pitted.
Yep, Schumann is only 2 laps back, so it could be a very close battle at the end.
Yes, it could, and I've got to say that seems like a strange call to me. To keep it out for another lap. Maybe he didn't realize that he had the cut tire. Maybe he didn't realize that the rear wing is missing. But wow, that seems like an odd call with so much damage to stay out there. In those in that kind of situation. Oh wow. And you see him going off the circuit now. He cannot seem to get the car stopped, and he's going to have to come in for some pits, if nothing else, just to keep from taking any of the other cars out.
he approaches any of these turns quickly enough, especially the right-handers with that flat left front tire, when you load it up, it's just going to go straight.
Turn 17 will be interesting.
And now we focus back to Paul Schumann. Brian Cox has closed to within 17 seconds of Schumann. So I was checking on Schumann here to see if maybe he was in the pits, but he's not. Let's go back to Ortiz and see if he'll take pit road this time. We got Ortiz. It's fixing to heat up between Ortiz, Schumann, and Cox here in a hurry. Ortiz just gingerly making it around the final turn. Yeah, he's definitely heading for the pits this time. Let's go back and see if Schumann picked up some debris or what's going on here. Maybe it was just traffic. The gap now is about 15 seconds, and there's speculation that Schumann, maybe he already did pit. I didn't see it if he did, but the gap now has gone from about 50-something seconds down to about 15 seconds. So I'm guessing Schumann must have pitted, and the gap is coming down. Now it's down to 13-something seconds. So if Schumann pitted, it looks like maybe he did not take tires. And this is going to be your closest battle on the circuit between Schumann and Cox, and Ortiz, who is a couple laps up on Schumann, but is going to have to take some lengthy repairs to get back up on the surface.
Yeah, that was the same thing we suspected in the junior team camp, was that Schumann just flash and go in the end, so he's triple stinting whatever he's on, and Colin and Brian basically had the same impression. Gap didn't leapfrog them in the rain.
And with about a little under 20 minutes left, fellas, at the lap times that the GTs are turning, I've got to think that we're looking at 9, maybe 10 laps for Schumann, Cox, and Ortiz. So it's going to be interesting. I still show Ortiz in the pits. Let's look at him real quick. Yes, he's still getting repairs. So that's going to be 1 lap that he's going to lose to them. And I'm thinking, as we look at Schumann here in the hairpin, I don't know if he's going to make it back around before Ortiz exits, but it's going to be interesting what kind of shape Ortiz's car is in. And then, of course, let's take a quick look at Brian Cox. The gap at about 14 seconds. But who's on the older tires, and who's gonna have the better setup as this race winds down? That's going to be the true question, because now we see the gap at about 13 seconds. And so when it seems like when Cox has a little bit of a running room, he's closing up a little bit on Paul Schumann. But is he going to have enough time with all the traffic and stuff involved every lap? Is he going to have enough time to catch Schumann? Not right now, maybe in a minute.
It's like Ortiz is also back out on the track, down close to or exiting the hairpin.
As we check on board with Ortiz, currently, let's see. Well, I'm still showing that he has a lap on Schumann, so he may be okay if the car works okay. And for these couple of corners, it looks like it's going okay between Ortiz and that Ferrari. So let's take a look back at Schumann now. We've got Schumann coming around. The gap still holding steady at about 14 seconds between Schumann and Cox. So once again, that is our closest battle on track. Looking though at some of the other battles, the gaps are pretty spread out. There are a few battles that are on the same lap, but for the most part, the battles are so spread apart the positions are so spread apart that everybody's got about a lap between themselves and the next competitor. So this is definitely at 14.5 seconds, the closest battle on track. But after almost 12 hours of racing, guys, that's pretty amazing that these two teams could be so close together.
Hey, the gap between the leaders is back down to 6 seconds, so I'm not sure if Fake found something in the car, but he's closed the gap by 10 seconds.
So there you have it. Word from pit road. Robert Fakes getting some time back on Schmider, but I'm not sure he's going to have enough time with not a little more than about 16 minutes or so remaining in the race. They've probably got about maybe 10 laps left.
I probably wouldn't. Well, the P1's more than likely. The GT probably somewhere in the ballpark of 7 or 8. And I think Brian's still here. He would be able to shed some light on the P2. Probably 9, maybe 10.
I'm sorry, Matt. I totally missed that.
He was asking about the time remaining versus the the number of laps versus the time remaining in the different classes. And we were estimating maybe 10 laps for the P1s and about 7 or 8 for the G. And I had said that you would more than likely be able to shed some light on the P2.
All right, guys, we're going to take a look at the leaders one more time. Eric Schmider of the Deuces MC entry in the number 15 car out front over Robert Fakes in the Formula Racing Audi at about 70 seconds or so. And then we've got Jason Quinn in the number 83 Scuderia Bolas Negro Acura leading the LMP2 class over Kevin Bannock in the Nexus 6. Bannock some 3 laps down. And then we've got John Jogan and company of Doug Henson Racing currently a lap in front of the Karachi's Cobra racing effort. Jogan in the C6R, Karachi in the Ferrari F30, and then rounding out the podium in the GT class, Kenneth Hollick in the Northern Light Racing GT40, but Hollick some 2 laps down from Karachi. So everybody's pretty spread out. We've got one battle that's within 14 seconds. That's the battle between Brian Cox and Paul Schumann, and those guys have been going at it back and forth through traffic, but it's been holding pretty steady. Let's take a look now at Jason Quinn, our LMP2 leader. We're under 15 minutes left in the race, and Jason Quinn just running it real steady. There's not really a lot of cars around him. At this point, he could almost park the car and still take the class victory. Not quite, but pretty close to it. The Scuderia Bolas Negro crew just having an outstanding race. A little squirrely looking through turn 1, but after 12 hours of racing and in the dark, you wouldn't expect anything much different there from Quinn and the Scuderia, but been real steady. A great run for those guys. Great run for Schmieder and crew in the LMP1 Class 2. Real heartbreak for Eduardo Prado and the Nexus 6 Racing crew. Von Steinen also a member of that team, and really heart-wrenching. Those guys had about 3 laps lead on everybody before the disconnect. So really sad outcome for those guys.
Sorry, Charles. I
just
just got word from RVS. He feels that Ryan von Steinen feels that 7 laps left for the P1.
Okay, so there you have it from pit road. 7 laps is what we're looking at. We're about the 12-minute mark, and the gap has increased from P1 to P2 to about a minute and a half. We're still holding pretty steady at about 14, anywhere from 13 and a half to 14 and a half seconds between Brian Cox and Paul Schumann, and that is your closest battle on track. We've got a couple of battles that are within the same lap, but most of them, the next closest battle is at 62 seconds between Roberto Montero and Chuck Curtis. So you know, those guys having steady runs, as long as they can just keep their nose out of trouble, then they should be fine in the position that they're at. Chuck Curtis, of course, racing for the number 71 Oracle Racing team in the P2 class, and Roberto Montero for the number 77 DeSafioVirtual.com Acura.
Yeah, and really, both of those guys are two guys that we haven't heard a whole lot of today, so they've more than likely just been nose cleaning time, Curtis and Montero. It's like they're both doing a pretty good job.
And sometimes, or well, probably most of the time in these endurance races, that's probably what you as a team would like. Sure, it's nice to race with folks, but more times than not, you get into really some heavy fender banging or something like that in one of these 12-hour races, and you walk away disappointed, especially when you got two other different classes on track and coming around, or you coming around through them with all the traffic and everything. It makes close racing really tough and that much more dangerous as far as having your team being able to finish and collect some points.
It's like Montero just came into the pits briefly, maybe for a splash and go. It didn't look like it would be long enough to take on tires as well.
And now we're closing in on the 10-minute mark left in the game. It's been a great event. Of course, this is the ILMS ERL race at Sebring, and you know, everybody all over the world racing in these endurance races. 12-hour event race at Sebring. I'm currently broadcasting about 20 miles south of Austin, Texas. I know Matt Strand's in the Florida, down in Florida. Where are you at, Adam?
Los Angeles, California.
Los Angeles, California. Hello, Los Angeles.
So we spread from coast to coast.
There you go. And what about you, Matt?
Northeast Ohio, around the Canton area.
Wow. So, and I know we've got some Euros over here. Congrats to everybody who takes part in these races. They're truly spectacular events, and they're just fun to participate in. If somebody out there is listening that ever thought that they might want to do some of this endurance racing, get a team, check out the ILMS ERL group, because they're a great group of guys, and it's just fun. I mean, and it's not always about look what happened to Nexus. I mean, you feel for those guys, but anything can happen in racing, and certainly in sim racing it does happen. I mean, you see people out in front by wide margins, and then stuff happens, and boom, bye-bye. So you don't necessarily even have to be the fastest team around. Sometimes if you can just keep your car on the track, you can get a good result.
You know, and a lot of it too, Charles, is a sense of accomplishment. I mean, you know, to just come out here and do it is hard enough with the driver swap, and to get it right, avoid that disco or something going wrong, and then to keep the car clean for 12 hours. And you know, you're trading off with two other guys or three other guys, and you know, to be running at the end, and he, you know, like Brian, you know, is battling right now, and lost it on R Factor. There it is, 13 seconds. You know, to even have that at the end is pretty amazing. You know, and about it, and just accomplishment. This, and to do it for 12 hours with three guys that live so far away from each other, quite a feat.
Yeah, it really is. A lot of effort going in from a lot of folks, and of course the grids are, you know, what do we have, 38 at the start of this race, and there's what, 3 or 4 members on each team, so you know, we're looking at 160 drivers or so maybe. And as we get ready to wind things down, once again up front we have Eric Schmeider driving the number 15 Deuces MC Audi R10 in first position over Robert Fakes in the number 88 Formula Racing R10. Fakes in front of Barry Hedrick in the number 21 Can-Am Enduro C60 Judge. Can-Am taking the final podium spot there in the LMP1 class. In LMP2, we've got Jason Quinn in the number 83 Scuderia Bolas Negro Acura. Behind him, Kevin Bannock in the number 27 Nexus 6 Racing S101. And in third position in the LMP2 class, Kevin Brents in the number 111 05 Motorsports RS Spider. And continuing on to the GT class, we have John Jogan in the number 18 Doug Henson Racing C6R. Ed Cronchi in the number 12 Cronchi's Cobra Racing F430 GT. And rounding out the podium, Kenneth Hollick in the number 6 Northern Light Racing GT40. It's been a great event, and as we close in on the last 5 minutes here, we still see that gap right around 12 seconds between Cox and Schumann. It's getting a little late. It has closed down a little bit in the last couple of laps between Cox and Schumann, but I don't know, with a couple of laps, maybe 3 laps left, that he's going to have enough time there. What do you guys think of the event so far? With all the stuff going on with the DNFs and this, that, and the other stuff.
I think I read on the live chat for the live stream. Somebody said something to the effect of hurry R Factor 2. So
yes, everybody eagerly anticipating the sequel to R Factor. Will they have fixed the issues? Will there be a reconnect feature for teams that lose connection via driver swap with a time penalty? However long it takes the team to get back into the race. Is that a possibility? Is that going to happen? I don't have the information. I know somebody out there probably does, but we're eagerly awaiting the arrival of R Factor 2.
It's like Mike Hirsch is actually making a late pit stop, maybe just flash, take off.
John Jogan's got to make a late splash pit stop as well.
Mike Hirsch is 20th overall, and
there we take a look at Hirsch in the number 100 Acme Racing Vantage. We saw them in some good battles with the old dudes earlier on. Old dudes, number 43 entry, the Ferrari F30, currently being driven by Brian Hall, and those guys had some good little scraps earlier on. There you see Hall going by to unlap himself as Hirsch comes out of the pits. So, but Hirsch is still going to have another lap on Hall, so there's no danger there for Hirsch.
It's like Paul Schumann might have been slow coming out of that hairpin. Know if he got mixed up with Mike Shimoleski. Like he might have been a little slow coming out of the hairpin. Gaps down to 8 seconds, roughly.
Okay, so as we switch back to Schumann here, reports of a possible incident with Mike Smolcheski. Paul Schumann in the number 17 Doug Henson Racing has been able to hold a pretty steady gap ranging between 12 to 14 seconds over Brian Cox in the number 154 Over the Hill Racing Junior Squad. Both these guys are in Corvettes, so and the setup seemed to be pretty, the setup driver combination seems to be pretty equal, as there has been a little bit of an ebb and flow for the most part, though it has stayed pretty steady. The gap now currently at about 7.5 seconds, so traffic coming into play a little bit, but with only maybe 2 laps left, it looks like Schumann and crew can probably hang on to it as long as they stay out of trouble. You see Jason Quinn coming up on them real fast, though, and here comes Chuck Curtis as well. But those guys are going to be pretty careful. They don't want to mess their own races up as these guys get ready to make the last couple of passes around this circuit.
I can finally breathe a sigh of relief here. With only a minute remaining, there's no way we can lose.
Oh.
Well, unless Smack
Famous
gets you a DQ.
That was
Okay.
Ryan, the voice of Ryan Mayfield, and you know,
Let me,
it almost
let me
sounded
tell a
like
little story
Ryan
about
that you were
Ryan.
trying to give it the kiss of death.
Ryan won the first race of the VOR season last year and promptly got DQ'd by doing a backwards burnout over the line again. So, for somebody with no way to lose, just wait until the finish.
I taught Jason not to do that kind of silly stuff.
And guys,
Just
we're on
depends on
board
if he
now,
listens.
looking at Eric Schmeider. Gonna cross the start-finish line for the last time here. Getting ready to start the final lap here as Eric Schmeider with the Deuces MC R10. And what a great job for these guys at Deuces MC to be able to keep themselves in contention. For it was P2 for most of the race, but then of course you never know what's going to happen, and tragedy struck the Nexus crew. So Schmieder and crew putting themselves in position for the win, and it looks like they're going to bring home the gold tonight.
It's like Brian Cox has got it down to about 5.5, 6 seconds. I don't think it's going to be enough, but he's also working a little bit of traffic, or they're trying to get by him.
Enough to make him sweat.
Yeah.
That's all you want after 11 hours and 59 minutes.
Well, you know, he might be able to press enough to make him force him into a mistake. That would be
Oh yeah,
The,
traffic is a
ideal.
huge difference too.
ideal for the junior team, but Brian closing the gap to 4 seconds.
As we take a quick look with
This is definitely going to be the last time by for both of them, so
yep,
still very close.
he's really got to try to push it. And as we see Schmeider coming down into the final turn for the final time, the Deuces MC crew is going to bring home the victory tonight here at Sebring in Florida. And Robert Fakes and the number 88 Formula Racing car gonna bring it home in second position. See him heading up the back straightaway now. Great job to those guys too. Were able to stay in front of Deuces for a big part of the race, but then at the end had some mechanical troubles, and but still a great result to finish P2. Now we get a look at Jason Quinn, having already crossed the start-finish line of the number 80 of the Scuderia Bolas Negro team in the number 83 car. Great job and a great victory for them in the LMP2 class. Bannock's going to finish second, Branson third, and we look at the gap between Schumann and Cox. It got close at the end, but then you know, Schumann was able to hang on to it. John Jogan and the Doug Henson crew did a great job in the GT1 in the GT lead as well, and you know, Karanchi bringing it home in second, and Northern Light bringing it home in third. So had some pretty good runs and some great results for all these drivers. A lot of effort went into this race for everybody, and everybody should feel proud of taking part.
Yeah, big congrats to everyone on the podium.
I believe this was the first ever 12-hour race here, and it went pretty well. How many finishes did we have? Somewhere in the 20s at least.
I think it was
It
21.
looks like we had 21 finishers. Ed Prado DNF'd up in 12th position. Left us out with 21, so that's actually very good.
yeah, great job to all the teams, and a big thanks to the ILMS ERL crew for providing this forum for everybody to take part in with the racing. Got to really say thanks to Jimmy and Bruce for all their efforts.
Charles, another great job on the commentary tonight. I thank you for letting me in here, even though the door was locked.
Yeah, I second that.
Yeah, and I didn't see any beer either. I was told there was beer.
Yeah, there was a promise of alcoholic beverages.
There is beer, guys. I promise you. It's just at the little convenience store right down the road.
We just have to drive to Texas to get it, right?
You know what? If you're ever in LA, have one on me.
Cool, guys.
Thanks
Well, I
for the great
appreciate it. I'm going to hang out here
Charles.
for a little bit. Y'all are more than welcome to stay and share your comments on this amazing event. Maybe we'll get some of the other drivers in to discuss some of the, how their race went and how they feel about their team's effort throughout the course of this race.
Actually, Charles Brian Cox is still on TeamSpeak. I will send him over for you.
Okay.
I'm going to jump back to the DHR TeamSpeak and congratulate my teammates. But it was a pleasure being here and look forward to doing it in the future.
And I just want to thank everybody again for joining in. Phil Roberts, Ryan Mayfield, Matt Willoughby, and Matt Strand as well. Hopefully we'll hear from Brian Cox in just a minute. Also, Von Steinen popping in and giving his 2 bits on it as well.
Yeah, I also see Ed Prado jump back onto TeamSpeak as well. Might be able to get a word with RVS and get him back in.
And also a big thanks to Adam Baldwin for taking part as well. It was a good. It's much easier to have a good conversation when you're not talking to yourself. Although I do enjoy it, and it's definitely nice to have some company in the booth. And now we welcome Brian Cox. Brian, you were really trying to put some pressure there on Paul Schumann at the end. First of all, congratulations on your team bringing it home. It looked like for a while it looked like y'all were going to maybe catch him through the pit rotation. I know your team was pretty much knew that they were going to have to do a splash and go at the end, but then when they came out 14 or 15 seconds ahead of you, it kind of looked like it was a stalemate there at the end until the last couple of laps when the gap tightened up. What were your thoughts on what were you thinking those last couple of laps when they lost all that time?
Yeah, I for sure thought that they were going to have to stop for tires. I was surprised when I came around and he was already out of the pits. And I thought, okay, I might be able to get him worn tires, but it depends how the traffic catches you here. You can get caught up with the prototypes coming by and have to give some weight to them, and I was losing a couple seconds, then I'd gain on him, and he definitely had my number on the infield stuff. I was gaining big time on him on the straights. Thanks to some gearing changes we made just last night. It's that old story. One more lap, I might have got him. One more 2-minute lap out of a 12-hour race. But what a blast! I'm wiped out, but what a great event.
Yeah, I'm kind of wiped out too, and I haven't done anything but sit here and run my loud mouth, but it's definitely was an exciting event. Even though when things spread out, you get kind of an idea of how things are going to play out at the end, because certain squads are leapfrogging in the pits, and you're wondering how it's all coming together at the end. And we had some really good battles throughout the portion that I was able to see, as well as there at the end, trying to find out if you were going to be able to catch Paul or not.
Yeah, the battles on track were amazing. You know, even amongst the prototypes as I'm watching them come by me. And I got to say, this is our team's second race with this league, and I was pretty impressed about how calm most of the drivers were. The prototypes really had to be patient with us in some of these corners, and for the most part, everybody did a really great job, and I was impressed with the courtesy, because there's just some corners here where those prototypes got 25, 30 miles an hour on us at least. So
yeah, it's definitely tough with all the traffic, and it definitely takes some patience on both parties, and just really, like you said, some calm driving, and it of course it does help as you learn some of the different drivers and their characteristics over the course of a few races. It helps to know kind of how somebody's going to approach a situation, and of course that comes with time together on the track. But it's definitely nice to see a group of guys be able to race, so close together without actually being in a race against each other, and allowing each other to get by without too much casualty.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's hard to not give up some time when you're chasing somebody down, and you don't want to chop any of these prototypes off in a corner. At the same time, you're running your own race, and you can't afford to give up a half a second letting somebody by. So it's a give and take, and especially in a GT car, you really gotta learn how to give and take. But I had a great time. My teammates, Matt and Colin, appreciate all the hard work they put in as well, and kind of consider ourselves, one of the top privateers, if you will, racing against the factory boys. And our showing today, I thought, was pretty good, so I'm pretty happy with everything.
Well, congratulations again, Brian, and thank you for stepping in here and sharing your thoughts with us at the end of this glorious event. And now I would like to welcome into the booth Kenneth Hollick. How are you tonight, Kenneth?
Oh, I'm fantastic. It was a really great race for us. Had a couple of incidents with a prototype by a driver. I won't mention any names, but he shouldn't be allowed to race. Slot car stood to me, but that's how it is.
Well, I'm sure there are a few folks that have strong opinions about that, those kind of matters. Talk us through some of your race, because if I recall, when I first logged in, I believe your crew was down in about 5th position, but battling. It seemed like 3rd, 4th, 5th, and maybe even 6th were kind of all playing leapfrog through the pits, but somehow you guys managed to come out on top. Can you share with us, what put you guys over the hump?
Yeah, we had a great start. Dyrlund, my new partner, he got the car up in a reasonably good place. He drove 4 stints in the start, and I took over, and I drove 1.5 before I got punted by a prototype in the last corner. I lost my rear wing, and basically from there, then we dropped down the list because I had to make a really long pit stop to get the wing back on the car. So we just had to fight our way back the GT rankings. It went well, especially in my last 4 stints. I really got hang of the car.
Well, that's definitely got to give you a great sense of satisfaction when you face adversity early on, and then you have to claw your way back up into a position that you feel deserving of.
Yeah, it is. I feel bad for some of the guys who got discoed. The Busters Racing team, we had a great fight with them. So that was really really sad to see that, because I would really have liked to get that fight to the end of the race.
Yeah, that's always tough to see. Of course, it does happen to everybody, though, and it's just an unfortunate part of the whole deal. But I think everybody at this point kind of goes into it knowing that it could happen to them. So, you kind of half expect it to sometimes. You hope it doesn't. You hope it doesn't happen to your competitors. Nobody wants to win that way. Nobody wants to lose that way either, though. You hope to have a good fight from start to finish, but sometimes it just doesn't always work out.
Yeah, exactly. And I would like to thank the GT cars. They were really great, because we had by far the slowest GT car top speed. We went with a very high downforce setup, so we had extreme problems lapping back markers, and they were just great when they finally caught on that we just couldn't pass them on the straight. It never ever. So they were great at letting off the throttle and let us get by. I would really like to thank those guys. We couldn't have finished the race if they didn't let us pass.
Yeah, it's great when you have competitors that can take a real sportsmanlike attitude towards the entire thing.
Yeah, it's great. You're only racing for fun, and it's just about don't piss other people off and make sure you all have fun, and there's nothing more to it.
All right, Kenneth. Well, thank you for joining me and sharing your thoughts on the whole thing. I guess we're ready to wrap it up. Congratulations to all the winners, and I hope you've enjoyed this broadcast of this race at Sebring, brought to you by the ILMS ERL endeavor. And we will see you the next go round scheduled on April the 16th at Elkhart Lake. Thanks again. We'll see you then.